University.
This program is an international workshop and seminar that lasts for 6 days. By focusing on case studies of vulnerable area to natural disaster, this program aims to produce outcomes that can contribute that sustainably or a safer and more resilient environment.
And this event will be held on September 9th until 14th, 2024 and will be located in several areas in West Java.
So welcome all of the participants who have attended this event.
And how are you everybody? Alhamdulillah. I hope all of us always healthy and certainly excited to witness a series of our events today.
But I think it is not good, but if we don't know each other, so please allow us as a master of ceremony to introduce ourselves. I am Selo Ricky Carmentino Putra Oriza and my partner,
Aura Karisma Madina Arhan. It's such an honor to welcome you here in this event. And now is the second day of International Landscape Architecture Student Workshop 2024 and also the public lecture day.
This public lecture event will be filled by professional speakers who will share an extraordinary and useful knowledge. And of course, this event held amazingly because there are a support from our sponsors today. There are PT Arutmin Indonesia, Omar Design Landscape Consultant, Bank Rakyat Indonesia, MBLA Studio or Mitra Bali Landscape Architect, Kedai Cap Andalan, Better Lab, Prima Grafia, Grimis Coffee, Badan Pengembangan Dana Lestari Bisnis dan Investasi,
Siena Residence, Sari Roti, Gojek, Cimori, Megantara Construction, Conifer Landscape, Contours Garden, Mizu Landscape, and there's also Tojiro Cafe. And our media partner, there are Futura,
and also Ekskursi Universitas Indonesia.
and International Landscape Architecture Student Workshop 2024, also support by BPBD or National Disaster Management Agency Kota Bogor on Korgat Rescue Komunitas Relawan Garis Depan, Yayasan Relawan Korgat Indonesia. And before starting the event today, we will read the safety induction while in Payip Hadi Wijaya Auditorium. That in Payip Hadi Wijaya Auditorium of IPB University, there are fire alarms, live fire control device, and safety signs.
If an earthquake happens, stay calm and don't panic. Take cover under a table or seek shelter away from objects that are likely to fall. Seek shelter in open area away from trees, poles, buildings that have available evacuation routes.
In case of fire, stay calm and do not panic. Turn off electrical appliances, protect breathing, and exit through available evacuation routes. If caught in a crowd, find another route immediately.
Before we continue to the next series of events, we will remind all of International Landscape Architecture Student Workshop 2024 participants to remain conducive and active during this event.
Okay, before we start the event, let us take a moment over a prayer. We invite Muhammad Nasir Salahuddin to lead us in this moment of reflection. The stage are yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and peace be upon us all. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya Allah, the most merciful and compassionate, we offer our praise and gratitude for all your blessings and grace that you have bestowed upon us. Especially on this good day, we gather for the International Landscape Architecture Student Workshop 2024. We realize all the success and smoothness of this event are solely due to your permission and help. Therefore, with all humility, we pray to you, guide us and direct us in every step we take. Keep us away from all forms of error, and confusion. Bestow upon us knowledge that is broad and deep, awaken in us the spirit of creativity and innovation. May the results of this workshop provide great benefits for the wider community. Make the entire series of events run smoothly from beginning to the end. Ya Allah, make this event a field of good deeds for all of us. May the knowledge we gain be beneficial for ourselves, for our family, society, and religion. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Nasir who has received the prayer. May both those who receive and those who listen, God bless him in grace.
Okay, next we will sing Indonesia Raya and I Will Be Him, which be led by Afrita Diva. To Afrita and ladies and gentlemen, please stand.
and gentlemen, please may be seated.
Now, we would like to welcome our amazing leaders for the welcoming speech.
Please welcome the Project Officer of International Landscape Architecture Student Workshop 2024, Miss Cahya Prismoida Sola.
The stage are yours.
Good morning. Hello everyone. Good morning, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, IBM University, Prof. Dr. Insinyur Suryo Wiono, the Honorable Vice Dean for Academic, Student Affairs and Alumni Faculty of Agriculture, Dr. Insinyur Afra Donata Nimia Makaler, Head of Landscape Architecture Department, IPB University, Mr. Dr. Ahmad Arifin Hadi, the delegation of Ikatan Arsitek Lanskap Indonesia for East Java, Mr. Muhammad Taufik Hairullah, the Honorable, all the speakers, Dr. Beata, Mr. Umar Zain, Professor Nevi, and Dr. Benchen, all the unit masters and mentors of International Landscape Architecture Student Workshop 2024, and the respectable IPB University Landscape Architecture Department lecturers, and all of the invited guests, and unforgettable, our committee, and all of our beloved audiences. I would like to thank the audiences for attending one of the events of the International Landscape Architecture Student Workshop, or in short, we usually call this Ilasw 2024, these public lectures. It is such a great honor for us to be able to welcome all of you as a guests and audiences today. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, if we look at the news day by day, time by time, every day, there are always new news about natural disasters that continue to occur and have a big impact, not only for the landscape, but also for the communities itself. In addition, unfortunately, there are still many areas, especially in Asia, in Indonesia, that still do not have a good disaster mitigation scheme. This worsens the existing condition considering that the Asian region is a disaster-prone condition. Like for example, in Indonesia, we have a nickname, Ring of Fire, because we have many active volcanoes that can be a cause of natural disaster. So here's the question. Does this become an obstacle for us to maintain and develop the landscape disaster-prone? I'm sure all of us, we will have the same answer, and the answer is no. It is not an obstacle for us to keep growing landscape disaster into a landscape that can continue to live and develop sustainability both from nature and from the local community itself. But it is a big challenge for us that we must conquer together at this time and in the future. And from there, from that concern, we bring that big mission into the theme of this event, of the theme Ilasw 2024, which is Harmony in Hazards, embracing communities with a sustainable and resilient landscape. That we hope the mission to bring resilient landscape in Ilasw 2024 can be brought out and spread as widely as possible to the workshop participants and also to all beloved audiences today. Last but not least, to close my speech today, there is a favorite quote that lately I like it so much because maybe related to this opportunity today from famous Danish architect, Bjarke Ingels. He once said, architecture is about trying to make the world a little more like our dreams. And that's all. I'm Cahya Prismoida Sola, the Project Officer of Ilasw 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Ms. Cahya for your amazing speech. Next, we invite the Chairman of Landscape Architecture Student Association, Gafar Rahim Azadirata Ardi, to Mr. Rafa. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. That I honor Professor Yono, our chairman of Agriculture Faculty. That I honor Mr. Ahmad Arifin Hadi, our head of Landscape Architecture Department. That I honor all ITB University Department of Landscape Architecture lecturer. That I honor Dr. Beta, Professor William Benchen, Prof. Nepi, Miss Ian Pranita, Mr. Omar, that has been willing to be our unit master or speaker for this event, and also that I honored our event mentor, Miss Hafsa, Miss Nona, Mr. Wildan, and Mr. Lutfi, who has been willing accompanying our delegates, and also that I brought all Ilasw 2024 committee that have been invited for this event to be held. First, I want to appreciate for all the committee, so give the committee applause. Okay, thank you. I hope through Ilasw 2024, we can increasing landscape architect collaboration overseas. Also, through this event, we can sharpen our empathy so our landscape planning and our landscape design can more inclusive. So, let's enjoy this event. Day to another day, sequence to another sequence. So I think that's all from me. Thanks for the attention. Maybe to check our passion about this event, you can follow the tagline. Can I Miss Cahaya? Okay. When I say Ilasw 2024, you guys can say nature call, community harmonize. Okay. Let's check. Ilasw 2024. Can we try again? More passionate, guys. Come on. Okay. When I say Ilasw 2024, nature calls, community harmonize. Okay. Ilasw 2024, nature calls, community harmonize. Thank you, guys. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mr. Rasta for your incredible speech. Next, we will invite Head of Landscape Architecture, Dr. Ahmad Arifin Hadi, SP Malang. To Dr. Ahmad, please welcome.
Good morning, everybody. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Agriculture and the speakers, our friend Omar Design, Beta, our friend Napi, come here many times also, and our new friend Prof. Benchen from Taiwan. And yeah, please give applause. And also all the teachers that I cannot mention one by one, Secretary of Department, the alumni, thank you for coming, and of course, welcome to all students. Yeah. Welcome to the International Landscape Architecture Student Workshop. Actually, this event, this week, is our this month actually, International Visiting Lecture Month for Landscape Architecture. Because last week, we have a speaker from Malaysia, Mrs. Olin Wahid. And then we have another speakers for this week. And we also have this year, because we are accredited by IFLA, we are accredited internationally by International Federation of Landscape Architecture, Asia Pacific region. And we got more fundings from government this year that we can invite more visiting lecturers from outside of Indonesia. So the aim is we want to have our students get knowledge and international experience by this program. And also this year that we come to today is International Landscape Architecture Student Workshop. And this workshop is also important for Landscape Architecture Department. So we support the students committee that they are doing very, very well. I'm very proud of you. Please give applause to the committee. You have already worked very hard, and we would like to say thank you very much that you also hold this International Landscape Architecture Student Workshop. In this workshop, we want students have experience and have knowledge and networking internationally. So that's why all the students, please know your friend, even not only in your country, no, but please have interaction with students from Taiwan, Philippines, Indonesia, also South Korea, I think, yeah, and also another students, yeah. And in this campus, we have also many international students. So you can also have experience how the students, the atmosphere of the students, not only in the campus. Maybe you can sometimes going to Bara Street, but be careful with your stomach. So, yeah. And next to the list of the teachers, I also want to introduce our teachers here. Next, please. Hello. Yeah. To the list of the teachers. Yes, we have now 22 teachers, yeah, in our department, and some of them are here today. So from above, please, if I mention, please stand up and so everybody can see you. The first is Dr. Alinda, please. Yeah, Dr. Alinda. And Papa Darian is in here, no? And yeah, okay. And Farah, please. Yeah, Miss Farah. Yeah. They are from landscape planning. And then here we have also Dr. Andi Gunawan. Please stand up. Yeah. From landscape design. Dr. Indung Siti Fatima, maybe here, no? And then me, that's me, yeah. When I was 86 kilogram, now I'm 77. And then Miss Fitriah Nurul, maybe here, no? And Mrs. Reza and Mrs. Pinkan, they are now in Japan and in England for doctoral study. And from landscape management, from Hadi Susilo, maybe here, no? And we have Dr. Nur Hayati, yeah. She's an expert in cultural and historical landscape. And Professor Sarjinilia coming, and we have the amazing one, Dr. Kaswanto. He is very popular. Yes, he is very handsome and popular. Yeah. Yes, and we have also Dr. Nizar Nasrullah. Yeah. He is an expert in landscape plants, so any kind of landscape plants, yeah. And Dr. Bambang Sulstiantara, maybe here, yeah, maybe in the class, yeah. Dr. Tati Budiarti also, no. And Reski is now in England for doctoral study, and Dr. Prita is in here, maybe in the class, and the Secretary of Department, Dr. Rosi Damayanti, yes. And we have also the new teachers, yeah, new, very new teachers. Miss Prita Ayu, yes, new from August, yeah. And Solihin is here, yes, Mr. Solihin. So all students, if you meet us, please don't hesitate to say hi to us. And we also maybe can visit your class and we can discuss anything. So please don't hesitate to ask to discussion. Okay. So please enjoy your moment during in Bogor City, and I hope everybody can have advantage benefit from this program. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Dr. Ahmad for your amazing speech. Next, We invite the Dean Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Dr. Insinyur Suryo Wiono, Magister Science of Agriculture. To Professor Suryo, please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk semua. Good morning, everybody. First of all, as Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, as representing Faculty of Agriculture of IBB University, I welcome you all for this very innovative and very attractive event that conducted by Himpunan Mahasiswa Arsitektur Lanskap, ya, Imascap, and with many counterparts. This Ilasw, International Landscape Architecture Workshop, ya. Student workshop, ya. Missing students, student workshop. Head of Department of Landscape Architecture and all of faculty members of Department of Landscape Architecture, all of speakers that's participating in this workshop, Dr. Beata from Poland, Professor Nebi from the Philippines, Dr. Ben Chen from Taiwan, and also Mr. Umar and also other speaker. We thanks for your for your participation in this event. Yeah. As you know, IBB University and Faculty of Agriculture is part of IBB University. Now we have a program for internationalization. That means the makes international atmosphere for conducting academic, student, and other activities. So we hope with the student workshop we can share not only knowledge, experience, and substantial thing, but also we can share culture. Yeah, we can share the participants coming from international participants. You can learn the Indonesian food, yeah, Indonesian culture, Indonesian language. Maybe Indonesian language is not difficult. Yeah, it's very simple. Maybe 1 week you can get 10 words from Indonesia. Okay, this is very important for us, for academia, for faculty members, for students to have international collaboration and international network. Why? The international experience, international network should be built from the beginning, from the since the students. We don't know, yeah. In the future, some of you will be the leader, yeah, will be the leader of Philippines and Indonesia, Taiwan. This is very important to have first personal, yeah, relation, then the official thing will be easier to build. Yeah. I think the spirit of internationalization is like this. Yeah. Finally, hopefully the workshop will be run well, and we do hope you all have fruitful result and experience. Thank you.
Wow, thank you to Professor Suryo for your amazing speech. However, Professor Suryo, would you please come back with us? So, because we will do the symbolic opening for our event.
To officially mark the start of our event, we now invite Dr. Ahmad, also Mrs. Ochi, Miss Chaya, and Mr. Rata to the stage for the symbolic opening with Professor Suryo. Let's give them a big round of applause.
The lantern symbolizes guidance and direction to signal the workshops aims to provide guidance to participants in creating creative and sustainable landscape plans.
The blossoming flowers reflect the process and growth and enlightenment expected of the participant during the workshop. It depicts their journey through cooperation with various stakeholders such as local communities, local government and non-governmental organizations, as well as collaboration, experience and cooperation among participants from different countries.
The lantern and blossom symbols emphasize Ilasw's commitment to support and encourage each participant throughout their journey and also to create an atmosphere of hope and inspiration.
Okay, please let us lead the symbolize. To Miss Chaya, please pass the lantern to Professor Suryo, Dr. Ahmad, and Mrs. Ochi also.
Mr. Akhta are invited to put down their lantern together. Okay, I will lead on count of 3.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Okay. Welcome to International Landscape Architecture Student Workshop 2024. Thank you, Dr. Ahmad, Professor Suryo, Mrs. Ochi, Miss Chahya, and Mr. Rata. Okay, now it's time for a special cultural treat. Let's begin this event with traditional dance performance. The stage are yours.
PT Alumni Indonesia merupakan perusahaan pertambangan batu bara yang beroperasi berdasarkan izin usaha pertambangan khusus dan telah ditetapkan sebagai objek vital nasional. Berdasarkan izin tersebut, PT Alumni Indonesia mendapat persetujuan untuk melakukan kegiatan penyelidikan umum, eksplorasi, dan eksploitasi sumber daya batu bara di daerah Blok 6, Kalimantan Selatan sampai dengan pemasaran. Wilayah operasional PT Alumni Indonesia terletak di 3 kabupaten di Kalimantan Selatan, yaitu Kabupaten Tanah Laut, Kabupaten Tanah Bumbu, dan Kabupaten Kota Baru yang terdiri dari 5 wilayah operasi tambang, yaitu tambang masam-masam, tambang kita, tambang sakli, tambang batu kecil, dan tambang semanggi, serta satu terminal khusus batubara yaitu Pulau Laut Coal Terminal yang terletak di Kabupaten Kota Baru. PT Alumni Indonesia menghasilkan produk batubara bituminous berkalori tinggi dan eco-coal yang ramah lingkungan. Sebagai bentuk upaya untuk melestarikan sumber daya alam dan lingkungan hidup, PT Alumni Indonesia berkomitmen untuk melakukan kegiatan usaha pertambangan batubara dengan memperhatikan aspek lingkungan di setiap lokasi tambang. Seluruh kegiatan usaha dilakukan dengan menerapkan pengelolaan, pemantauan, dan pengawasan lingkungan sesuai dengan analisis mengenai dampak lingkungan atau AMDAL dan sistem manajemen lingkungan berbasis ISO 14001-2015. Salah satu upaya yang kami lakukan yaitu melakukan kegiatan reklamasi pasca tambang dalam upaya pemulihan fungsi lahan dan ekosistem pasca operasi penambangan agar tetap terintegrasi dengan ekosistem bentang alam di sekitarnya, serta pemanfaatan air dan pasca tambang sebagai alternatif sumber air bersih, irigasi pertanian, dan budidaya ikan air laut. Selain itu, komitmen PT Alumni Indonesia dalam upaya pengembangan pemberdayaan masyarakat dan tambang diimplementasikan melalui program-program berkelanjutan yang terfokus pada 8 bidang, yaitu bidang pendidikan, kesehatan, tingkat pendapatan real, kemandirian ekonomi, sosial dan budaya, pengelolaan lingkungan yang berkelanjutan, kelembagaan dan pembangunan infrastruktur. Pemberdayaan masyarakat pasca tambang bertujuan untuk menciptakan kemandirian dan kesejahteraan masyarakat lingkar tambang serta menjalin hubungan yang harmonis dengan pemangku kepentingan setelah kegiatan penambangan selesai.
PT Alumni Indonesia PT Arutmin Indonesia is a leader in coal mining industry in Indonesia with a commitment to quality. Every grain of coal produced goes through a rigorous testing process to ensure it meets international standards. PT Arutmin mining products are exported to various countries in the world, becoming the energy that power industry and the global economy. As a responsible company, PT Arutmin Indonesia is committed to preserving the environment and making a positive contribution to the surrounding community by implementing the latest technology and highly safe standard. PT Arutmin Indonesia produces clean energy that supports sustainable development.
Umar Design Landscape Consultant. Umar Design is an experienced landscape consultant since 2005. Offers innovative and sustainable landscape design solutions were based in Bogor, with a diverse project portfolio ranging from housing to large-scale projects. Umar Design Landscape Consultant has collaborated with various leading developers such as PT Jaya Real Property and PT Sumarekon. The service provided by Umar Design Landscape Consultant are landscape design work. The scope of Umar Design Landscape Consultant planning work including designing hotel, club, resort, residential, theme park, civic, and commercial park landscapes. Supported by a professional team and a wide network of partners, Umar Design Landscape Consultant is ready to present landscape design that are in accordance with local characteristics and meet client needs. Wow, what a beautiful performance from Mrs. Kartika.
Give a applause to Miss Kartika. Also, don't forget about our greatest sponsor, right, Selo?
Yes, International Landscape Architecture Student Workshop 2024 is fully supported by PT Arutmin Indonesia, Umar Design Landscape Consultant, Futurak, Ekskursi Universitas Indonesia, who has contributed greatly for the success of this event. So thank you for the support.
Okay, now we are about to enter the much awaited session. However, for the next session, we will not be accompanying you
Because we will be accompanied by someone, so we will take a short break from this session.
Okay, and let us welcome our moderator who will guide the next session. Please welcome Miss Harsa Akila. Please wait a moment. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for MC for letting me guide this session today. Now allow me to officially open today's session. My name is Kansa Akila Rahman, and I will be your moderator and guide throughout this exciting event. We have prepared a series of insightful presentation and discussion for you, so please stay tuned and participate. Without further ado, let me welcome our two speakers for this morning session, Insinyur Umar Zain Diali and Bita Yona Gabriseska, BM PhD DSC, to the stage, please. For Mr. Umar and Dr. Beta, please come to the stage.
Ini videonya
tapi nyalain
orang-orang
orangnya juga biar tadi omongnya biar ini yang ini oke ya
Okay, hello, Dr. Beta and Mr. Umar. Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Umar and Dr. Beta for agreeing to be speaker at today's public lecture. And our first speaker today is Mr. Umar Zain first. But before we move to the material presentation, please allow me to read the CV of Mr. Umar. Mr. Umar Zain graduated from Landscape Architecture program at the Bogor Agricultural University in 1994. He was part of the IRL 26 class. In 2005, he has been the principal at Umar Design Landscape. Over the years, he has led various innovative and sustainable landscape design projects. In addition to his active practice, Mr. Umar Zain is also deeply involved in professional organization. He has been a member of Ikatan Arsitektur Lanskap Indonesia, or IALI, since 1995. This demonstrates his commitment to advancing the landscape architecture profession in Indonesia. And today, he will be sharing insight on how landscape architecture can contribute to creating resilient and sustainable landscape in disaster-prone areas. So, let's welcome Insinyur Umar Zain. Please give an applause.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm honored to stand here together with you all the speakers, the teachers, students, international students. Welcome to Bogor. Pardon me, my English is not good. I'm still learning. I have a course, English course. That was never ending. Allow me to share my experience and also my second study from this event. The theme regarding harmony in hazard, embracing communities within sustainable and resilient landscape. If you see the note below, this I got it from Francis Hodgson Burnett. If you look the right way, you can see that the whole world is a garden. Imagine that we live in the world as like we go far before when Adam and Eve started the steps in the earth. So it's our duty to do our best, small, medium or size, alone, together, all the communities, to create a better world. This is our, I assume that all are here are landscape architects, student or professional. It's our duty to get this quote can really be happening. Okay, next we start. So the landscape architects play a critical role in creating sustainable and resilient communities, especially when dealing with hazards. Their expertise, our expertise, lies in designing environments that not only enhance aesthetic but also address ecological, social, and economic challenges. We know that there's a word saying that form follow function. Now their mode of funds, beauty follow function. Landscape architects bridge the gap between environmental science, urban planning. Okay. Thank you. So, landscape architects bridge the gap between environment science, urban planning, community needs, making them essential in creating sustainable and resilient communities that can thrive despite the challenges posed by hazard. Remember, there's like a scheme when you open the journals assignments. There's a plan concept. So we are not alone. We cannot do ourselves. We have to collaborate. There are architects there, civil engineers, the economics, and as well as us. The government also, the private sector. Okay, next. So I want to show show you there are 7 points that I want to highlight here. So, our role as a landscape architect, we can design the resilient landscape by implementing green infrastructure. If you see that in Indonesia and the rest of the world, we already use the green infrastructure techniques, such as constructed wetlands, retention basin, permeable pavements to manage stormwater naturally and reduce flood risk. For instance, bioswale rain gardens help capture and filter rainwater. If you notice in front, there is a small project lead by Dr. Ahmed. You call it rain garden, right? This is a small sample that we can do in a small scale. And then we can design this system in urban settings to blend seamlessly with parks and cityscapes, enhancing both function and aesthetics. I believe in Indonesia we've done so much work on this. In Jakarta, we can see some parks already done with this kind of scheme. And then erosion control. Landscape architect design intervention like terracing, vegetative buffers, retaining walls to combat soil erosion, particularly in coastal and hilly regions. By integrating deep-root native plants, they help stabilize soils and protect against landslide or shoreline degradation, especially in rural areas. Here are the things that I keep often ask my staff or the landscape architect student. Learn and deep learn about the plants, because I think this is our tools, our weapons, to keep complementing the design, collaborating with others professionally. Okay, next. The second one is integrating sustainable practices. So the green spaces we can contribute by creating more and more green spaces. Creating green corridors, rooftop gardens, urban forests, not only enhance cityscapes but also boost the biodiversity. These spaces act as ecological heavens, providing habitats for wildlife, cooling urban heat island, and improving air quality and provide recreation opportunities. Sustainable urban planning, we can do incorporating principles of sustainable design, which is prioritize the use of native and drought resistant plant species. Because the lack of our knowledge of the plant, sometimes I saw several projects which is not according to the context. Let's say in several places like parking lots in Jakarta or maybe in Bogor or in Bandung, we didn't realize that we should we should have what I call tropical attitude. Let's say in Bogor, we know it's a rainy city, so it is common that we used to bring umbrella. So similar with this, when we deal with some places which is we need trees to protect, so we do as we know, some says the right trees in the right trees in the right place. Sustainable urban planning, the other one is we incorporate materials like recycled concrete. This is sometimes, we know the term of permeable concrete. It's, I think, delivered by Germany products, but sometimes we need to do more research I noticed that these products have been used in Semarang City, cannot work well because of the humidity, because of the maybe the composition not quite right. So I mean, we still have to also still do the design, research and development by choosing the right material. And then sustainability source timber. Nowadays, there's a several substitution for the timber. There's a timber based on the concrete, like conwood, concrete wood, and then there's a timber from look like timber. It's made from plastics. We call it wood panel, WPC, wood panel composite, and other low carbon footprint elements, ensuring that their design are environmentally friendly and minimize environmental impact. We hope that the terminology of environmental friendly and minimize environmental impact not just a gimmick, because some of the local government sometimes create nice word, but it's just a gimmick. So we have to really enlighten this word environmentally friendly. Okay, next. The third one is enhancing community resilience. Public space as refuge. Imagine one of the greatest hazard, we can call it hazard, floods. Several cities like Jakarta, Semarang, maybe some part of East Java, we have dealing with floods. So we as a landscape architects, we can create public spaces with multifunctional design public spaces. So we can, during the normal times, they offer recreational benefits. During the emergencies, they can act as staging areas, flood waters, retention zone, or temporary shelters. The next one is community involvement. So the successful landscape architectures involve engaging local communities in the planning process. I think in Indonesia it is quite hard or difficult to gain or to get the involvement of the communities. Maybe because the way our communicate, the way our maybe the way our life also, we haven't tried to deal with this communication and ask for the community involvement. So this participatory approach ensures that design reflects local needs and cultural values, fostering community pride and stewardship. Workshops, charrettes, and surveys are two landscape architectures to involve community members actively. So I mean, besides the technical aspect, I think in the lectures we also get the knowledge for the social approach. Next. The fourth is the risk assessment and hazard planning. So everybody know the GIS. So this landscape architects conduct comprehensive assessment to identify vulnerabilities in a given area. Using GIS and other modern tools, they analyze topography, soil composition, water flow patterns, and vegetation to inform design decisions that mitigate risks like flooding, fires, and landslide. I remember when I go to IPB first and second year, so many study that we have to learn. That time we don't really patient. We want to direct go to where's the landscape study. We study the soil management, we study the water management. Then we can say that we neglected them. We didn't think that all the study that we get is important. Now we know that, especially for the landscape architects student from ITB, that what you get from the first and second year is really important. Don't miss it out. Maybe from the other countries also the same, from the Philippines, Taiwan, Korea. Adaptive design principles allow landscape to evolve with environment changes. For instance, coastal parks might be designed with elevated walkways and flood-resistant vegetation that can withstand sea level rise and storm surge, ensuring that public spaces remain functional under changing the conditions. So, our late landscape lecturer, Mr. Zain Rahman, they have like a scene, what we call it, he called it, berpikir lengkap, merencana, melaksana, dan memelihara ya. Comprehensive thinking. Yeah. So, the first thing that our role as landscape architect, do the inventory right, do the right inventory right. So by doing that, we can do the design according to what we call this adaptive design principles. Okay, the fifth. Next, promoting social equity and well-being. Landscape architects focus on making spaces accessible to everyone. So when we do the landscape design and then become a project and then become the praise, we make sure that all the ages, multiple ages can access and can use, from the infant to the senior citizen, including those with disabilities, the elderly and the economically disadvantaged groups. Design incorporate features like wide, smooth path for wheelchair access, shade areas, and seating to ensure spaces are welcoming to all. We still notice that our pedestrian is not friendly. Some curbing or canceling still upright. There's no ramp. From when we cross from the road, crossing to the road, crossing the pedestrian. There's another phenomenon which is quite annoying. Local government municipality, like they doing like competing each other to create to make a nice pedestrian. But what you can see is all the pedestrians blocked by posts, by iron posts. Even that when you cross the pedestrian, you have to walk like this, not normal forward. Yeah. Even for the wheelchair or for the baby stroller, we have to lift up, avoiding the post iron. This kind of thing that I mean, where's the landscape architect's role? Where is the landscape architects there? We don't have to blame ourselves. It's their part to engage us. They have to ask us to do so, to contribute. Access to the green spaces has been shown to reduce stress, improve mental health, and encourage physical activity. By designing parks, community gardens, and natural trails, landscape architects create environments that promote well-being and foster social interaction, enhancing the overall quality of life. That's one reason that why I choose to live in Bogor, because Bogor has botanical garden, 80 hectares botanical garden. That's why I want to have, I want to reduce my stress. Okay, the sixth, next, education and advocacy. This is quite important as well. Landscape architects often lead educational programs that inform communities about sustainable practices, such as rainwater and harvesting, composting, and native plant gardening. Public installation like demonstration gardens serve as living classrooms, that inspire sustainable behaviors. This is also less effort that still less the effort. Landscape architects works with government and organizations to integrate green infrastructure and sustainable design into broader urban policies. They advocate for zoning laws that mandate green roofs, permeable pavement and others eco-friendly intervention, influencing to build environment as at a systemic level. The last, number 7, post-disaster recovery and regeneration. In the aftermath of disasters, landscape architects design spaces that promote healing and recovery. For example, post-disaster parks may include memorial elements, healing gardens, and spaces for community gathering that help people reconnect and rebuild emotionally after traumatic events. I remember maybe 2 years past, there's some landslide happened in Bogor area. Met and the team do the kind of study and help the victim. Rebuilding after a disaster presents an opportunity to implement sustainable principles. Landscape architects lead green recovery efforts, turning devastated areas into more resilient, greener spaces by prioritizing natural flood defense, reforestation, and sustainable urban design. Okay, after this, I will show you some of the case studies. Next. Here are some specific case studies that illustrate how landscape architects have successfully integrated sustainable and resilient design principles to address hazard and enhance community resilience. These case studies highlight the transformative impact of landscape architects in creating spaces that not only respond to environmental hazard, but also foster community resilience and enhance urban life. I brought 4 case studies. Number 1 is the Hunter Points, Saltwater Park, Waterfront Park, New York City, USA. As you see at the background, there's the design and the built environment that already done. This waterfront park in Queens, New York City, was designed to transform a flood-prone post-industrial area into a resilient public space. The area faced significant flood risk due to its proximity to the East River and the impact of Hurricane Sandy in 2012. The design approach. Landscape architects led by Sua, Bowsley, and Willis Manfredi collaborated on the design that incorporated green infrastructure, adaptive strategies to manage floodwaters. The park includes a mix of wetland, bioswale, tidal marshes that act as natural barriers against storm surges, elevated walkways, resilient planting, and floodable lawns allow the park to absorb and manage excess water. I think we have a similar situation in North Jakarta. Maybe Dr. Ahmad can also bring up as a study case for the student, making this quite a good analog. The outcome, the water square has become a multifunctional space that not only manages the water effectively, but also enhance the urban environment, providing residents with a unique public space. It exemplifies how landscape architecture can creatively address water management challenges in urban settings. The second case study is the Super Kitten Park, Copenhagen, Denmark. Vita, you have been here? I haven't. Super Kitten is an urban park in the Nørrebro district of Copenhagen, known for its cultural diversity and historical or social challenges. They are mix of public space that could unite the community while addressing issues of water management and social inclusivity. So these 2 cases relate to the water management. the floods. And then this in Copenhagen also highlight regarding this social aspect. The design done by Jack English Group, Topotek 1 and Superflex. Superkilan incorporates elements representing over 6 nationalities, reflecting the diverse background of the residents. The park features green space designed to manage stormwater, including permeable spaces and green roofs. The park's layout promotes social interaction, community engagement, and physical activity. From the above, that you can see the design is quite simple, but the concept is very, very good. Also from space become a place. Outcome, the super kiln has become a vibrant, inclusive space that enhances community cohesion and environmental resilience. Our problem with the clusters residential is this kind of thing. When the residents get a group in one cluster, they don't want to communicate or they don't want to socialize with others outside the clusters. It serves as a social hub and a model of how public spaces can reflect cultural diversity while addressing environmental changes through innovative landscape design. The third, everybody knows this, they want to socialize with others outside the clusters. It serves as a social hub and a model of how public spaces can reflect cultural diversity while addressing environmental changes through innovative landscape design. The third, everybody knows this, in South Korea. Who's from South Korea? What do you do? After this you will song? Okay, Cheongju-cheon Slim was once covered by an elevated highway. If you see the graphics at the background, so there's a small stream and then covered with the elevated highway, neglected for decades. It is quite an effort from the government, contributing to environment degradation and lack of public green space in downtown Seoul. The area was also prone to flooding and overheat island effect. So the approach they did, led by landscape architects and urban planners, involved removing the highway. What a big effort! Removing the highway, restoring the stream, and creating a 5.8 kilometer long green corridor through the city. The project incorporated flood control features such as steps, stone path, retention basin, and naturalized stream banks with native vegetation. Here the outcome, the resort Cheongju-cheon has revitalized downtown Seoul, providing a green oasis that improves air quality, reduce heat, and enhance biodiversity. The project has also mitigated flooding by creating a natural drainage system. It serves as an example of how landscape restoration can dramatically improve urban resilience and quality of life. It's not also benefit for the citizens of Seoul, but also around the world. The last case studies is Houghton Park in Shanghai, China. Houghton Park, located along the Huangpu River, was a former brownfield site that suffered from pollution and frequent flooding. The challenge was to transform the industrial wasteland into a functional and resilient public space. The approach of the designed by Torrenscape, the park features a constructed wetland system that cleans polluted river water before releasing it back into the river. Back in front of it is the park. It's quite famous. Native plant, the design includes terrace woodland, native plants and flood adaptive structures that naturally treat the water and provide flood control. Elevated walkways and observation decks allow visitors to enjoy the natural beauty without disturbing the ecological function of the park. So, Woodland Park has become a pioneering example of ecological landscape design, showcasing how sustainable principles can be integrated into urban public spaces. It improves water quality, provides flood protection, and creates available recreational and educational resources for the community. My speech today, pardon me, we know that Indonesia, not only flooding that we have to deal with, another disaster is earthquake and eruption. I think those two things need somebody expert than me. So, if you see the 4 case studies, most of them are dealing with the floods, and then how our role as an landscape architects can do much. And then forget that we cannot work alone. We have to collaborate with other professions. I think the last is the cover. Okay, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. I think that's all. Thank you for the attention. Selamat pagi, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Rosmar, for that inspiring and informative presentation. It's truly an honor to have you with us today. So maybe the most memorable part is the quote in the opening that said that a whole world is a garden. Okay, so before we move on to the next agenda, I think we need to raise our energies. Okay, so for all participants, if I say Ilasw 2024, please respond, nature calls, community harmonize. Okay, so we try. Ilasw 2024, nature calls, community harmonize. Okay, once again. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Ilasw 2024, nature calls, community harmonize. Okay, so next I will introduce our second speaker, Dr. Beta Iwana Gabriseska, BM PhD. But before we move to the material presentation, please allow me to read the CV of Dr. Beta. Okay. Dr. Beta has been working as a landscape architect and designer since 1996. Over the years, he has contributed to a wide range of projects, including the design of social, community, and family gardens. In addition to her design work, Dr. Beta has also been involved in social space analysis, urban renewal, and the development of theories and practice related to home and social space design. One of Dr. Beta's notable projects is the conceptual design of a network of exhibition facilities in Lodz. And this project involved a comprehensive analysis of the city's cultural landscape and include feasibility study, revaluation, and rehabilitation concept. Okay, Dr. Beta has focused on specific areas within her plan, such as urban landscape design, urban renewal, and design. Her research has explored the concept of spatial values as a tool for shaping, extracting, and emphasizing place identity. And today, she will be sharing insight on embracing communities, city architecture. Let's welcome Dr. Beta and give an applause.
Good morning, everybody. Dzień dobry in Polish. Polish is one of the most difficult languages in the world, so start to learn. Dzień dobry. My name is Beata Gabryszewska, and I'm from Poland, Warsaw. When I heard about the topic of the workshop, I start to think about what is hazard, in fact, and what is hazard in Polish past and in European future. So I had a choice. To show you a beautiful design about urban renewal in one of Polish wastelands, Warsaw wastelands, in fact, in my city, or ugly project. And I have chosen ugly one. So it will be about regular place, regular people, and ugly areas. Please, next slide. But first, let's define something. The time of hazard in Europe. First picture, you can see, sorry, not Europe, it's northern of Africa, Morocco. And in Marrakesh, I have found a completely dry river. Nothing special, you may say. River appears and disappears, especially in Africa. But in Marseille, France, this year, last 3 weeks, I saw the same view, completely dry river. And next picture, no, please come back, yes, next picture is from Siena, Malta, historic building, and something new above. Third picture, Zaha Hadid building in Malta, and below, historical building. Next slide, please. We Polish, we know about hazard. And this is my city. 80 years ago. 80% of ruins. Is the war a natural disaster? Thinking about how stupid human being can be, in my opinion, yes, it is nature. Now you can see, these days you can see the same view in the Ukraine, in Gaza. How to do with this? We are landscape architects, so we are architects, horticulturalists, sociologists, psychologists, economic expert, lawyers sometimes, and so on. Please give me next slide. So our duty is to care. To care. Take care. Be careful. Because we face people's unhappiness. We face pain. We face loneliness. We face loss every time. Last week I've been to Malta, And 3 weeks ago, I've been to Marseille. And you probably still remember Olympic Games in France, in Paris this year. In Marseille, they had part of Olympic Games connected with water, beach. So. And I noticed, because my friends previously told me that Marseille is full of homeless people, poor and homeless people everywhere. And I didn't see, first day, I've been there 1 week, I didn't see any homeless people. But next day, third day, fourth day, I start to, no, it's not the time for next slide, sorry. I start to see more and more. And you know, I asked locals, and they said, you know, before Olympic Games, authorities just made a camp outside the city for homeless. They just get rid. They spoil the landscape, beautiful cityscape, for beautiful event. Start to think not only about nature, we have to protect nature, but start to think also about people's health, what they feel when they are get rid from their houses. Even it is just, made on the street. Next, please. Start to be better. About building a living environment, we are building communities. And this is very interesting, in my opinion, example in Warsaw. We have something like a republic of NGOs. It is just near the parliament, center of the city. It's a very, very, very expensive and rich land. And the houses you can see on the right are built after Second War for people to give them places to live, because it was raining. And the side, the residential area with such a small wooden houses resist till the 90s of 20th century with natural inhabitants. Then authorities Warsaw City Hall start to think, maybe it's not good idea to have such a small houses and only a few inhabitants in a so fruitful, rich place. Maybe let's get rid to new apartments, and let's have museum here. We need place for museum of history, Poland, or maybe let's sell it to embassies, because they are embassies around, parliament, the building of prime minister offices, so, and something like this inside. And you know what? People said, no way, we won't have gardens. We want to have such a space. We want to show our visitors, our guests, how it was to be after the war. What is the nicest place for human being to live? So now we have about 25 NGOs there, and still a few, about 10 inhabitants. Then they specialize in community gardening and how to produce food in the city, but not only. They work with bees, they work with climate, they take care about immigrants from Ukraine, from East, South, and so on. Next slide, please. So to take care about self-confidence, about identity, but also for pride, for dignity of people. That's also our task. Next, please. Then my ugly project, one of my most important in my life, my ugly project is called Revolution of New Towarowa. Towarowa is the name of the street. In the middle of Warsaw. Wola is district in Warsaw. So how to support social capital in it? Next, please. This is all Towarowa district. You can see tenements from the break of 19th and 20th century. You can see courtyards, and you can see beautiful architectural details as well. Especially my favorite is the window. Look at this carefully. So beautiful craft. But when you see it first time, looks not so special. In Poland, we sometimes call it invisible city. Why invisible? Because you can see invisible people's, inhabitants' actions here. You can see invisible someone a store who just left newspapers she or he read to another. You can see somebody who is taking care on the garden, on the small garden, very cheap garden, very usual vernacular garden. You can see many small pieces of art. Look at the scarves here on this tree branch. This is art. Somebody did it for other people, not for himself or herself. Next, please. And this is New Towarowa. because authorities and developers decide to turn the district into white-collar district. So skyscrapers, so big offices, completely new people, completely new inhabitants as well, because at the right top we have a former railway hub turned now to the new residential site. And look at the Towarowa Street. This is Towarowa. This is Towarowa. About 100 meters wide street. When you go this side, you cannot see the face of your neighbor walking this side because of the distance. Going from the one side to the next side, I measured it, is about 10 minutes. And next, look at the next, please. Look at the old houses and try to scale it. So houses not so small. Believe me, this is a block of flats of seven stages, 7 levels. So not so small. On the right in the oval you can see buildings, historical site of Museum of Warsaw Uprising. And so, how to take care? Next slide, please. Having research inventory in the place, we found such a mural in the wall. When you start the site of construction, you put the wall. The developer's name is Eden. It's very funny, yes or no? Eden. Okay, next slide, please. So, starting to show you our tool, our project, but our tool at the same way, I want to remind you, old but still good, still fresh, Cheryl Armstein ladder of public participation. Do you know it? Do you know this? Who knows? Cheryl Armstein ladder of public participation is American concept. No? So, if you start to have public participation processes, consultation processes, you sometimes can see manipulation. For example, believe us, it will be better place. It will be more beautiful place for you. How do you know? Or you can find something like therapy. For example, we have a problem, social problem in here. We have poverty, we have homeless people. Let's start to heal them. You are gods, goddess? No. Next levels, so to be better in the process, is informing. we start to build sometimes here. Nice. Not enough. We have several tools for consultation and placation. How to avoid conflict. How to avoid people saying no way. Workshops, surveys, consultations, asking about, do you want, Einstein said, we will ask young mother, do you want playground for your children? Of course I want. But don't say the money we have, we can spend, for example, for free doctor's consultation. Funny. So, or how to placate people when you have conflict, when you have problem, when you have people staying and crying, and no way, we don't want such a skyscrapers. What to do? Oh, okay, let's start to educate. And Einstein say a partnership, delegated decisions, and in fact citizen control is a real social participation. And believe me, the concept has more than 50 years. The publication in American Association of Psychologists. Journal was in 1969. I was only in plans of my mother and father that year. Okay, next please. So, we can ignore people, we can make conflict, and we can also cooperate. But the cooperation is extremely difficult. And usually in the constructing side, we have no money for cooperation. We have no time, that's first. We have no time because it needs time. And we have no time, we have only a few weeks, maybe. The Super Killen project was beautiful because they had time for work with people, with immigrants. Above 3 months or more. And our solution, our tool is, I think, one of tools, how to make diagnosis, how to make quick research, and how to find a way for good design for the site. Next, please. Okay, strengthening the local space potential. And next. That's the site. That's Towarowa, black buildings, old buildings, blue new buildings. These skyscrapers name Warsaw Spire, English name, is here. Yes or not? Yeah, here. No, sorry. Then we start to analyze what is green, what is gray, what is old, and what is new. And next slide, please. Start to find so-called third places. Do you know the concept of Ray Oldenburg about third places? Some knows, okay. Small squares with meeting places, more formal, more informal, different, and we tried to find them and make a solution how to connect the two sides of the street. You remember Towarowa Street, 100 meters wide. So this is Wola side in Poland. This is downtown side in Warsaw. Sorry, so people here are more connected to that side and the people to that side. When I ask inhabitants what's the shop you make shopping every week, these people show me place on the that side and this from the that side. So this is border, absolute border, like a deep river with no bridge. Okay, very small and temporary bridge when you have green and can walk. So we decided to make the street maybe less important. We have chance because city built a big motorway around these days. There is quite boring, so next please. And next step was to build, to describe the role of the structure, bottom-up structure of invisible city. Next, please. So we can find a metropolitan space along the main streets, Towarowa and Prosta. We could find public space in green, just public, just for everyone. And we can also find semi-private spaces. You probably know the theory, for example, Newman about this structure. It's public, semi-public, private, and finally private. And we also notice the third places to be more strong, to make them more visible, to gather people around in blue. So our dialogue with the area, not with people, in fact, that's funny. It's between top down and bottom up movements and actions. Next, please. And that's the project, in fact. That's the design. I have more time, 5 minutes. Metropolitan space. We decide to make it for residents and users. So public and private capital put in the place to have places, good places, to have placemaking, to have good public areas for people. And we noticed that very important, that's called revolution, is to make private space used by public. Private what private space? In these offices, in these skyscrapers, but you will see. And for public space with residents, let's make it with residents. That's the place for participation processes. Remember that not only consultation and informing, remember about the ladder of public participation, but by Einstein, if you want, I can provide you the original publication. But remember that space, public space, is a value, is a kind of institution like church, not a product. Okay? We can treat it as a value, not our product only. And last, semi-private space, so local environments, yards, like this with the garden, with the empty chair, with invisible city signs, by residents and their community. Give them money. They know what to do with it. Just give them money. And okay, it's time for our ugly project. And next, please. That's metropolitan space. One more time, Towarowa and Prosta. Next, please. This is actual view, and next will be our visualization. Next, please. Make the street more friendly for people. Have place for bikes. Have places for sitting. Just nothing. Yes, but important. Recover the alley because there were trees in the street 20 years ago. 4 rows of alley, beautiful trees. Next, please. And reorganize the traffic. We showed her there, then we we don't need to limit transport, because probably in here is the same problem. People start to cry, we need our cars. Metropolitan public transport is, stinky. I need my car. But you still have 3 rows one side and 3 another side, but making a campus way here on the place of completely empty and having no function lawn at the middle. We got place for this wider sidewalks and bike paths. Next, please. You can see typical ground front of big building now. What if on the screen you can see not a fashion, not gold watches and expensive perfumes. People walking the next side to see their faces. It is very easy to do now. Next, please. Think about the ground floor of the building inside. It's usually not big, rich. Can regular grandma or grandpa enter and sit there to rest? Probably may, but cannot, because feel not as good as other people. What if on the ground floor will be library or just open space for open work? It is very easy. And I must say now, from this place, after a few years, it was only one part of the project we realized. It was a competition by the city, and we were awarded second place. So we were invited to do something in the place. So making open space for work, for students, for people to sit and do something they want. It was one thing only in this building, in the Warsaw Spire building. Next, please. Public space. So these smaller streets and corners and third places and so on. Next, please. Actual picture, and then next. As I said, ugly project. To do something very, very small and start the process. And why, you must ask me, why we didn't provide new greenery there? We provided new greenery for New Towarowa, for metropolitan space, but here, this is a place for free vegetation. I made a huge project worth about 300,000 euro on the Warsaw wastelands, and we found out that people like the aesthetics of wasteland, the natural free greenery. So just start the process, just put the bench, just provide people something to see. That's your place. Start to do something with this. Next, please. Another type of public space, next, and our next, please, we propose, our proposition is community garden. That's the second, I think, is realized now. And I can remember public debates when somebody living in that block, in that building, asked me, "You are sure? You're joking, because it is so dirty place. It is impossible to have a garden here." It is possible. Believe me this. Next, please. And last, semi-private space. And actual site. Next. It's one of small courtyards there. And if you have lessons learned from the first chart, first table, you probably know what we decide to do there. What do you think? This is the next and the same slide. Nothing. Just do nothing. Just let people live their life. They just give them money. They know what to do. They need money for new plants, for new ventures, etc., etc. Do not propose people, a new Tesla car when they still want to have all the good Mercedes-Benz did. Yes? That's okay. Last slide, please. This is repetition, of course. One more time, and next. Maybe you enjoy my ugly project now. Maybe you start to enjoy it later. My piece of advice is notice and remember that there is no two the same place in your sight. You must take care about people, you must take care about other not human beings at the site. For example, for the vegetation. So be careful and take care. Thank you. On the last slide, names of all the team members for the project.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Vita, for that enlightening presentation. We really appreciate your insight. Our statement that by building a sustainability environment, we actually building resilient communities. Okay. So now we will open the floor for a question and answer session. If you have any question for our esteemed speaker, please feel free to raise your hand. For technical question and answer question, will be given to 4 questionnaires. Okay, so let's move to the question and answer session. For participants who want to ask, please raise your hand. Okay, there's 2 on the left. 1, 3, maybe 1 more. Okay, 4. Okay, so for the first question will be for the committee, please. Okay, so please state your name and state your question.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your nice presentation. Welcome to Indonesia, Dr. Bita. My name is Galang Kakuti. I'm a landscape architect student in IPB University. Thank you for your inspiring lecture, Dr. Gaurizuska. Given your extensive work in social and community gardens, I'm curious about how we can integrate the concept of bottom-up greenery initiative into urban areas with limited public space. Like in many Indonesian cities, there's limited public space. What strategies do you find most effective for encouraging local communities to actively participate in these informal greenery projects that are actually beneficial for them as well? And how can we, as landscape architects, facilitate this process in rapidly growing urban environments? Thank you.
Thank you for the extra important and nice questions. Lacking of public resources is a main and first problem we face in landscape architecture. But sometimes we have to organize private spaces like public. And of course, it depends on law, of course. But it is possible. It is possible to say developer, to say investor, you must open the ground floor. You must provide a place for local inhabitants. You must found playground or something, or you must buy trees and grow it. It is difficult, but it is possible. It is still possible. I can remember about 15 maybe years ago, my conversation with one of owners or deputy directors of Galamco developers, one of the biggest in Europe, and the owners of this Warsaw Fire building. And he said, why, Mayor, don't ask me, don't require me to build something to the community in my country, he said. In the Netherlands, it's so obvious. I have money for it, believe me. And nobody asked me to do it. Start to ask. And second tool, I think sometimes we are accustomed to big faces, big European squares of American plazas, like Superkill, for example. Sometimes you need only 4 square meters to establish good public space. Believe me. Remember only about this structure. Near houses you have their gardens. Example. Sometimes you need only 4 square meters to establish good public space. Believe me. Remember only about this structure. Near houses you have their gardens. Even the land is owned by somebody else. But their gardens, their home gardens, private. Then you have public space. So the trick is the good diagnosis, the research, how to differ. This, in fact, for a landscape architect, it's very easy. You see, this is a garden. This is not a garden. It is easy. So believe in your skill. You are a tool. You are a tool for measuring landscape.
Okay, so let's move on to the second participant who want to ask. Please state your name and your question.
Okay, first of all, thank you for the special opportunities. Firstly, my name is Talanda Malingat. I'm from landscape architecture at IPB University. I'm now on the semester. So I'm asking this question for Mr. Umar Zain. You mentioned about how constructed wetlands reduce the cost of load. Actually, recently I have searched and read read some articles about it and saw some built example around the world. I also read some of those things can filter waste and biowaste that carried by the river flow. But as far as I know, those wetlands are mostly built near the coastal areas. My questions are, do you know some of the wetlands that built quite far from the coastal areas? And I also want to know how the biosystem works, how they filter the waste, and how they actually are one of the solution of flood disaster reducement. Thank you.
Thank you, Rangga ya. Terang, oh, terang ya. Terang, terima kasih. Thank you. I think what we face now, especially in our country, Indonesia, it's already, we are, if we analog like a human being, we are very sick. So what we do is not only to cure on the spot, we have to go back, go to the mountain, to the hilly part. So this is like a one big system. So whatever now we deal with, we cannot just do on the coastal area only. The case that I showed you, the Hilton Park, is one example, as well as the Hunter's Point. That time, I mean, the landscape effort also needs time. The process can be quite long. Whatever what the municipal, some mayor done, I can call it, it's just like a gimmicks. It's like a show off without any basic solution. So many efforts have to be done, not only ourselves as a landscape architects, also have to get the involvement from the private sectors, because they have some of the land belong to them, and then maybe the money to realize the construction, and then the government also have to have a really strong power, strong willingness to make contribution. So together, all this include the communities as well. So I think the most very important we start from the basic, and then we do it seriously, and then there's a community together with the government, together with the professionals, have to deal with this in the first place, and continuity to do so. Now we have a serious problem. Every 5 years we do the election, and then on the campaign, always the what you call a lot of promises, and then maybe on the second year they gone. That's the problem that we face. Like football, I like this kind of philosophy that been trying by Sing Taeyong tonight, yeah? Don't forget. But we cannot do this in our system. In football, they cut the old generation and then create a young players, treat them well, and then give them practices, good nutrients, exercise, all the skills. If we can do this on, let's say, the government, the systems, maybe we can achieve what we want to have. Or maybe we have to, this is quite a joke, like a joke. Yeah? Let's say, when I drive in a car, I told my daughter that this is Indonesia. If we want to have like a Singapore kind of habit or lifestyle, so bring all the Indonesians go to Singapore first, and then when they come back, they become like him. This can be discipline, can be become hard workers, but we cannot do that. It's quite difficult, right? So it's very tough situation. I think maybe my answer doesn't fit, but this is the fact. But please do not. We are here trying to encourage you all, the youngers. I think that's my question and my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we move on to the third questionnaires. Okay, so please state your name and your question.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, sir and Miss. My name is Dewa and I'm from the landscape architecture student in ITB University. First of all, I want to say thank you for the really insightful presentation for Miss Beta and Mr. Umar Zain. So actually my question is wanna ask to Miss Beta. So my question is wanna say about the Armstrong ladder. I find this model is really interesting, the Armstrong ladder. So in this model, we have like a 3-step of the people public participation, right? And on this model, we know that I think the best model is on the third in the degrees of citizen power. But I do have think what if the people is actually not ready to take the power? Let's say the case of the Singapore. I do find that in the early stage of the development of Singapore, the government is actually doing by the top down by government. And what if so I'm just confused. Is actually there the best step on the Einstein ladder or something about it? Thank you.
To do it, yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the question. It is a big problem, of course, because, as I said previously, we have no time, in fact, to do it. The investment process is very short. It is about few years only. And we have to have inhabitants' agreement, residents' opinions, etc., and so on. How to do it? So how to delegate power? What if people are not ready? People is not one human being, in my opinion, as huge of them. And one is ready, another not. One wants to participate, another don't want. Another doesn't. So, I think each level is on the table. Usually when we start to work with communities, we start with workshop, with information, with consulting, but remember, being honest and have a quick answer, that you should, I don't want to say you must, because sometimes you can't, you should provide such a process, or so informing, consulting, delegating the decision, etc., in each stage of process. So usually your design and construction has at least 3 stages. First, preparation, So research, knowing about site, about people's needs, about plants and animal needs, about the money, blah, 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 blah. Second, design itself, and third, construction. And on each level, and in each level of the process, you should have for public participation, and it's your decision what level. The microphone says we need break. So it's your choice what level to choose. It is very bad what I said, because it is your choice, and don't believe sociologists, they cannot do it. And don't believe psychologists, they cannot do it. It is your choice. So somebody is satisfied from your user's residence inheritance. Somebody is satisfied with informing only because people don't have time. But sometimes on the public debate, you meet experts about the site, history of place, values of architecture, of plants, rare species, and so on. One of my other colleagues used to say, inhabitants are the best friend of architects. No. Architect is the best friend of resident. If you have something spoiled, broken, if in your house, for example the pipe, and you ask expert, fix it please. Do he or she decide about how it looks like? Please. He's for giving you advice. Oh, okay, I can do it. I have tools, special tools. I have new pipe. But my proposition is to do it another way, most modern way, for example. But be prepared. Somebody say, okay, do it, just do it. And another says, no, I'm accustomed to the tradition. Give me old school way of fixing the pipe. This is the same in the landscape architecture. So how to delegate power, how to delegate decision, give people the opportunity only. And in my opinion, public participation must be all the time. It's an all the time process. It's a constant process of planning, of public debate. It is not only for 1, 2nd, 3rd investment. It is not only preparing this and that public green space. It is about our future. So constant public debate. It is maybe future in most countries, but for example France, they have public debate about urban planning constantly, all the time. Each few years they provide special notebooks with an empty plan to each mailbox in the and in the district and ask people how to what to do, what they need. And one time I made 20 years ago it was, I asked the mayor of Paris, and if they people are so smart and educated to understand the blind plan and be able to feel it. She said, no, of course no, we provide volunteers to each flat, you know. And then I said, it is extremely expensive, I know, but it's necessary. So I wish my country such a level of understanding and such a level of awareness. So I know I do not answer your question, but I think it is only a direction.
Okay, thank you. So we move on to the last questioners. Please state your name and hello, my name is Sheila Mary Bautista from the University of the Philippines, Liman. So first of all, thank you for your presentations, and my question is actually directed to Professor Umar Zain. So I really appreciated that you were able to present some case studies showing successful flood mitigation strategies integrated in flood-prone communities. But I also noticed that it is mostly for communities outside Southeast Asia. So I'm quite curious for our case where we are more exposed to natural hazards, which increases our vulnerability to different disasters. Given the different amount of exposure that we have to certain hazards, how should our interventions differ to countries presented in your case study? And in addition, particularly for Bogor, where rain is experienced almost throughout half of the day based on our experience yesterday. So I am quite curious if there is currently an example of how Bogor is dealing with increased exposure to rain to prevent flood-related problems. So if there are interventions, can you please provide us some overview of how it is currently being handled? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maybe my answer will not please you, same like second question. It's a good question and also needs a good answer. Maybe later we ask the same question to the lecturer again, to Ahmad, Dr. Ahmad. What I can explain and share maybe like this. You know, Bogor is, if I'm not mistaken, it's 400 maybe above sea level, or 200, about 300. Sometimes we heard that our friends or people in Jakarta saying this flood in Jakarta is because of sending by Bogor City. So if you notice that the topography cause of that, and then several precaution have been done. The government already, the central government already built a dry pond, a dry dam in somewhere in Chao. So, but that's not 100% solve the flood problem in Jakarta. Just maybe, if I'm not mistaken, only 30%. So that means that we need more efforts. Let's say along the river stream, the river, what do you call it? We have to cure the riverbank so that the water not only can they go stream down to Jakarta not at the same speed right now, but they can absorb on the way they go down to Jakarta. And then in Jakarta itself, actually the central government last time ago already consult with several engineers from Dutch, from Netherlands. They try to get and adopt some of the treatment in Dutch line. And that's because Jakarta also have a lower level. The level of the soil is lower than the sea level. But again, this is because of the willingness and then the consistency and then the sustained effort that doesn't there. Let's say this is quite relevant with the Dewa question. Let's say our government is like Singapore government. They have money, they have power, but then they have a good willingness to restore, to cure our sixth condition. Maybe less than 5 years, we can handle all the problems. Yeah. Agree? I think we are not. I cannot give an answer and technically, but I think that's the mindset that we have to have. That again, like the previous question, we as a landscape architect, you as a future landscape architects, have tried very hard to start. In my experience, if government doesn't want my services, so I will give who want it. I deal with several developers, private sectors, like Sumaikan Bandung, for example. Recently, maybe three years ago, they have an award from PFC World Award because of the environment. Before, the land is very neglected area, marginal area, and then they try to make a new development. Series of water bodies have been built, and then that's from north to south, crossing to the whole development, and then by the series of the water bodies itself, we can create erectional facilities there. We can try to minimize the floods, because previously the area is always floods every year. What we can afford that, because the private sectors ask our services, then we try to as maximum as possible to give our best effort. Hopefully, several of the private sectors, the developers, one by one, it will, I think, eventually it will move the government's consciousness to do the same thing. We hope. I think that's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Beta and Mr. Umar, for answering the question, and thank you for our participant who asked. As mentioned earlier, participant who asked question will receive a Putra magazine, so please contact the committee for it. And once again, thank you for all participants for your great question, and a special thank you for our speaker for providing such a clear and insightful answer. Okay, as we near the end of today's session, let's briefly summarize the key points that we have learned earlier. For Pak Umar, landscape architecture does important role in creating resilient and sustainable landscape in disaster-prone areas. And the conclusion for Dr. Beka is the presented process solution was the way to save local identity and cultural landscape, trying to turn back the gradual expansion of social certification and gentrification. Okay. We hope this discussion have been insightful and that you leave today with new ideas and perspectives. To show our appreciation, we will now have a brief souvenir handover ceremony and documentation. And I would like to invite Dr. Ahmad Arifin Hadi to present the souvenirs to our distinguished speakers. Dr. Ahmad, please come forward to the stage.
Foto dong cepet ya. Ngobrol lagi kameramennya. Kenapa dari atas ya Mbak? Kita jadi nggak bisa foto. Dia sih dari bawah aja.
Iya, udah kesian dikit, maju dikit.
Iya juga kan. Kurang ke tengah, kurang ke tengah.
Aduh, yang ke pengarah acara aja, pengarah gaya ya. Wow.
Seru ini deh, seru. Bilang aja sama ketua panitianya.
Video. Mantap.
We can take a picture together.
Ke kiri dikit, ke kiri.
Kurang ke kiri.
Kurang ke kiri.
Geser kiri.
Geser, Mar.
Majuan dikit.
Op.
Maju. Ya, oke.
Ya, mbaknya dari bawah
Turun
yang
dari bawah.
motret.
Oke.
Nah, gitu dong. Sampai tergedut apa dah? Aduh.
Wah, Rina maju makanya.
susah. Foto di KBRI itu kenceng banget. Nah, ini aja udah dapat
Itu
mereka.
kan ada protokolnya.
Iya, ada
Di sini mah nggak
protokolnya.
ada
Iya,
protokolnya.
makanya gemes jadi. Tadi maksud saya dia dari atas itu waktu motret ke sini. Kan ini banyak nih, mumpung rame.
Ibu.
Halo sayang.
Okay, so for the next we will have documentation with all the participants. The committee, please help with the documentation.
Mana dia dari atas? Nggak, udah duduk aja. Baik, kita duduk aja di sini. Jadi mereka dari atas potretnya. Nah, Pak Umar duduk.
Okay, so for now, please look at the camera.
Nggak dikasih aba-aba.
1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Ya Allah, ulang. Si Abel.
Okay. Once again.
Pengalaman.
Ulang. Nah. Tengah.
Majuan.
Dia oke nggak? Ica punya tuh. Oppo ya? Ya, oke.
Okay, once again, thank you, Dr. Ahmad, and a special thank you delivered to Mr. Mazen and Dr. Vita, Yohana dan Priseska, and PHDSC for their valuable invitation today. So with that, we come to the closing for the morning session, and I would like to extend my gratitude to all the participants and to your active involvement, and of course to our speaker for sharing your knowledge. I'm Tansaki Larman, as moderator of this morning session. I take my leave. Goodbye. I return the program to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you to Ms. Kaca Aguilar, Dr. Beta dan Mr. Umar for the brilliant presentation. Okay.
This discussion has been very insightful for us, but sadly, Aura, we have to take a leave for a short break.
Okay, and the participants feel free to stretch and grab a refreshment.
And we will come back again shortly at 1 p.m. with the next set of performance and presentation. So, thank you.
See you in the next session.
At today's public lecture. Our speaker today is Professor Nepi El Navarra, GM, but before we move to the material presentation, please allow me to read the CV of Professor Nepi. Professor Nepi currently serves as a professor at the University of Philippines, Diliman, at position he has held since 2021. Prof. Nepi earned his Doctor of Engineering in Environmental Planning and Design from the University of Tokyo in 2013. Prior to that, he completed his Master of Tropical Landscape Architecture and Bachelor in Landscape Architecture at the University of Philippines, Diliman in 2009 and 2004, respectively. His academic journey began with a Bachelor of Art in Political Science from the same university in 1999. In addition to his teaching responsibilities, Professor Nepi has been actively involved in various committee and leadership roles. He served as the coordinator of Integrated Graduate Program and Environmental Landscape Studio Laboratory. He is also a member of the Integrated Graduate Program Committee UPCA College Executive Board, UPCA CSSAPG, and the Mobility of Vigor for Excellence Move Out Committee. Professor Nepi professional experience extend beyond academia. He has been involved in several significant projects, including Bayawan, a master plan development for the city of Bayawan. As an advisor, Professor Nepi contributed to the development of a master plan for the city of Bayawan in 2024. And master plan tourism development of Matadi Quirimo. Professor Nepi served as an advisor on a tourism development project in Matadi Quirimo in 2023. Handbook on Blue-Green Infrastructure for Biodiversity. Professor Nepi was the main author of Handbook on Blue-Green Infrastructure for Biodiversity, published in 2023 by the Asian Center of Biodiversity and DENR Biodiversity Management Bureau. Today, he will be sharing insight of designing electric landscape for vulnerable communities. So, please welcome Professor Nepi.
Okay, so there was some issue on the file. Okay, though, but I'd like to present to you my topic this afternoon, which incidentally, I think it's a good timing between after the two talks this morning that I will be presenting about. This is actually read as CareScape, Designing Empathetic Landscapes for Vulnerable Communities. And that's based on the presentation, on how I was introduced. Thank you for that very generous introduction. Our studio laboratory in the College of Architecture in the University of the Philippines has been heavily involved with different communities, and many of these communities are the most vulnerable in the sense of in terms of poverty, in terms of the calamity and the disasters that they experience, and also how they have been marginalized from the government's supposed action on how to make their communities resilient. Okay. So I would like to start with some of the data that we have about climate disasters. These climate disasters are the primary cause of significant economic losses, especially when we're talking about post-disaster management. And as of 2018, it has affected 68 million people worldwide, resulting in a damage of $131.7 billion US. So you can imagine the amount of impact it has on these different communities. What we're talking about here is that these are the communities that don't have much, and they are the most impacted by these different disasters. Next. So what I would refer to usually are the informal settlements. Okay, these are the areas where many of the residents lack access to basic infrastructure and services. Many of them don't own their land where they have their residences in, and they are usually located in dangerous locations due to housing structure and landscape characteristics, such as along creeks or waterways, or in some steeply sloped areas, because mainly it's where the only available land where they could build their houses. So these informal settler families, climate change has doubly or probably intensified the impact in which their vulnerability as urban poor have become more real than other residences of the city. And many of them are marginalized communities residing in informal settlements. So this is quite true, especially here in Southeast Asia, where we could find many of these informal settlements in some of the fringes of our cities and in areas where you would usually often find flooding as experienced. Right? So approximately 1 billion residents of urban informal settlements worldwide are highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. So right now, our world has how many population? Are we hitting 8 billion? So meaning 1 out of 8 person is vulnerable to the effects of climate change. So more pressure has been felt by these urban poor settlements, mainly because of urbanization, which has put pressures on these areas that are ecologically risky and marginal. So these areas that we often find in formal settlements are in the riversides, the valleys, and the hills. And these areas often lack adequate resources and facilities to overcome the impacts of disasters. So while some of you may enjoy rain during monsoon season, many of our fellow urban residents are struggling to survive during rainy season, especially now here in the Philippines and maybe even here in Bogor. So they would usually reside in formal settlements that lack access to durable housing, clean water, proper sanitation, adequate living space, and secure tenure, which would contribute, especially the lack of security of tenure, to the mental health stress that many of these people would experience. So maybe some of us are quite comfortable living in our houses, while these people would actually feel the tremendous pressure if ever they would be ejected of their residences. Where would they go? So that's a question that's been bugging them every day when they know they don't own the land. Yes. So the existence of a landscape in informal areas that includes water resources, plant habitat, agroforestry land with environmental quality, proper temperature, social participation, and non-climatic factors that contribute to community resilience is still rarely found. That's why, as landscape architects, it is our duty to find this balance between all of this, this basic requirement of a human existence and of livability. So it's quite important that we try to find, for example, how we could manage a sustainable landscape resource, but at the same time provide for the people who live there. So that means we have to be mindful of our different spaces and how we use these different spaces without neglecting the rights of other non-human residents, such as the flora and the fauna in that area. So vulnerability to climate-related disaster events is influenced by these 3 factors: exposure, sensitivity, and adaptability of residential residents to respond to and anticipate disastrous events. So we have to know what are these 3. So let's go through this. Next. So first one is exposure. So this one would refer to the stresses and shocks experienced by both humans and the landscape because of climate disasters that occur. So this is exposure. Okay. Next, sensitivity. This is characterized by environmental degradation and socioeconomic pressures and the provision of clean water in particular. We just don't know how much having a clean water could impact the quality of life of the people. Even if how good your living condition is, but if you don't have clean water, that will all go down the drain. So it's quite important that when we talk about sensitivity, we are dealing with, and especially, clean water. Next. And next is adaptability, which is, in this case, adaptive capacity influenced by the management of landscape forces in informal areas. So in terms of how the residents and the decision makers make do with the resources of the landscape. So that is the adaptability. Okay. So with all of these informal settlements, there should have developed a certain sense of community resilience. Okay. So that's community resilience. So this refers to the social relations and communication networks between citizens, the connection between residents and their vicinity, and institution activeness are the keys to resilience against climate disasters. So this is how we would look at community resilience. So the foremost of community resilience is not being able to have resources, but it's actually more of the network, okay, that the community has in terms of how they could adapt to the changing, to the risks and to manage their vulnerability. Okay, so quite important when we talk about community resilience are the green areas that have been mentioned earlier. So these green areas play an important role, including disaster risk mitigation, water and temperature management, and social resilience, as mentioned earlier by the previous speakers. So when green space is reduced, it will be followed by reduced landscape functions, including provisioning, regulating, supporting functions, which are very important for human welfare, such as flood and climate control, water supply, and forest products. Okay, so if you notice, these three functions are referring to the ecosystem services already. So the functioning of healthy natural landscapes helps reduce vulnerability to disaster risks and make an important contribution to providing clean water, food, fiber, and house materials. So these are the basic material, comprise the basic needs of humans. Okay. So understanding how landscape functions are developed and implemented in informal settlements, which is critical to supporting the resilience of residents who do not have access to basic services and are more vulnerable to relying on natural exploitation practices to meet the subsistence needs of those who depend on natural ecosystems. So we are talking here about, say, forest residents, okay, who would rely on forest for their needs. We can also talk about urban farmers who are relying on subsistence farming just to feed their families. So these are heavily reliant on what landscapes can provide for them. So in supporting community resilience, understanding the importance of landscape features and services is necessary to assess the socio-cultural and biophysical potential of urban informal settlement. So sometimes the community may not be capable of assessing their biophysical and sociocultural potential. That's why landscape architects and future landscape architects have this, this potential to help these different communities on how they could assess the potential and at the same time assess their risks and vulnerability as a community. So informal area dwellers also depend on the services of the surrounding landscapes in surviving climate disasters, specifically by maintaining forest ecosystems and riparian areas, stabilized slopes with vegetation replantation support of their settlement. So these are some of the key factors, especially when we're talking about resilience, community resilience. So when you will be working on your individual design solution, these are the key things that you need to always think about. Forest ecosystems, riparian area, and slope stabilization. So these are, the basic things that would more or less protect the community from other disasters. This would have an effect, these would have an impact on areas that are flooded, that areas that experience seasonal typhoons, for areas that have problems with drought and lack of water, and other kinds of disasters. So it has been slightly implied already, but we can't help but discuss also the idea or the concept of ecosystem services. So ecosystem services are the direct and indirect contributions ecosystems provide for human well-being and the quality of life. So ecosystem services may seem like something like detached from everyone, but it's actually oriented towards how it can contribute to the quality of life of everyone. So this is also known as your natural capital, in contrast to the social capitals and other types of capitals. Okay. So within landscape multifunctionality, so as I think mentioned also by our previous speakers, it's quite important that the landscape should have multiple functions, layers to them, so that they could be optimized by the residents or the community. So the basic types of landscape functions are divided into 4 major groups. So these are your provisioning functions, your regulation functions, supporting functions, and cultural functions. So let's look at them. So supporting functions would usually provide for nutrient cycling, the soil formation, and the primary production. Okay, provisioning would be more on, wait, these are all the same. Okay, provisioning would mean that how the landscape could actually provide for the people. So this one would provide for the food, for water, and etc. For regulating, it's more on how it could say it could prevent flooding. It could actually cleanse the water, and how it could protect certain areas from typhoons or strong winds. For cultural, it's mostly for recreation, education, and for creating identity for the community. So these are, sorry for this slide though. Okay. So just to give you more of descriptions and indicators of these different landscape functions. So in terms of category of provisioning functions, one is it provides water accessibility. It's important as for drinking and washing for basic needs. Indicators, the number of discharge of clean rivers and springs. Roles of functions for community, availability of clean water during disaster. So that's quite important, okay? Even if you survive the disaster and if you don't have clean water, it could lead to more humanitarian disaster. Okay, imagine the number of gastrointestinal disease that these people can have after, say, a period of flooding. Okay, in terms of regulating function, it could function in terms of flood control and wind control. For flood control, it's important that the river is stable as barrier to water flow, that a green space is there to prevent soil erosion, and that settlements, the informal settlements, have drainage, okay, to prevent further escalation of flooding in certain areas. So the indicators, if you have trees and forest density, how much forest does the community have? Okay. In terms of the role of functions for community, environmental conservation, increasing soil retention, and landscape resilience against flood. Okay. Wind control, green spaces, and trellises act as wind corridors and windbreaks. Plains surrounded by trees, areas of tall trees should be also there, and areas should have greater than 100 meter from the coast. Okay. Okay, so you have your settlement area should be more than 100 meters from the coast. I'm sure there are different laws related to the easements from the coastlines of water bodies, but as a rule of thumb, you should have at least 100 meters away from your coastal area. So indicators is to have also tree density. In terms of roles and functions of community, landscape management, protecting settlements from strong winds. For supporting function, you have plant habitat. Its importance is when green area for plant and wildlife habitat, effective water catchment areas in increased soil absorption, shorten of duration of inundation, and minimize impact of flood. Indicators, you have the number of plants and wildlife, biodiversity. And in terms of functions in the community, it could decrease the impact of flood and strong wind. And for cultural function, you would have the social activities. Importance, cultural sites, social activities, and traditions identified as a function of the cultural landscape. Indicators, the existence of historical and cultural sites, ecotourism, cultivation, and local economy. In terms of function for the community, tradition, local values, and community participation as support for disaster resilience. So, going back to ecosystem services, due to the progressing urbanization processes, the demand for high-quality urban landscapes that ecologically provide multiple functions in urban areas is also continuously rising. And many of these are being competed on by the different residents of the cities, both from the formal and the informal sectors. So landscape functions are the capacity of landscape that have different biophysical and social conditions to control floods or strong winds, and the integration of functions with them as multifunctional landscape. So I think that's the same thing that we have been saying in this day, the need for a multifunctional landscape. Okay. So just to show you an example in terms of how this project by Ajam et al. Is done here in Indonesia. So in terms of how they were able to build their resilience, they were able to come up with these different social activities, okay, and in terms of where they are located. So from social activities, okay, you have settlement activities, worship, society events, community activities. In terms of their community-built disaster resilience, it could be in the form of information sharing. That's one. It could be more of the creation or the identification of the evacuation area. You could have a boat shelter spot, okay, for areas that experience occasional flooding. The relief goods collection area, which is very important in times of the relief distribution. Then there's also the need to have retaining walls, the water catchment area, and of course, the cleaning water body, okay, or where you could have access to clean water. Okay. So for ecotourism, it could be in the form of the riparian forest or upland area, because most of these are would rely on the river in terms of how it could provide for tourism activities for the visitors. So the activities could be sightseeing, relaxing, and boating. So in terms of community-built disaster resilience, they were able to make a water catchment area, flood-resistant vegetation. They also built retaining walls, evacuation area, access to other regions outside of them, where when in case of flooding. And of course, they also created a windbreak tree corridor. For historical, it's fortunate that this area has a important cultural site like a king's grave, which they use as a historical landmark, wherein they did some family pilgrimage and historical pilgrimage. So in terms of community-built disaster resilience, they had water catchment area, windbreak tree corridor, and water availability. Local economy, which are located along the main road. The activities are mainly for culinary businesses. And what they did was they were able to provide food, relief goods collection area, and windbreak tree corridor. And for cultivation, as mentioned with the questions that were asked earlier, they were able to find space in their narrow yard and vacant land to cultivate for agricultural needs. So they did some crop planting and even some community discussion in this small area. So these resulted food availability, information sharing, and water catchment area. Okay, so this is just an example which I hope you can also adopt in your workshop. So various community-based interventions to landscape functions such as the forest care movement, education, community capacity support, and community-based ecotourism were studied extensively. And these are some of the strategies that are used in terms of how ecosystem services can be used to make the communities resilient. So, multifunctional open spaces supported by regular land use are able to significantly lower river water levels, reduce inundated areas, and respond more recently to flooding. So if you have areas, say an open field, that can also serve as catchment area. So these are the different strategies that using multifunctional landscapes can work to make their communities resilient. So wind disasters vary in size and strength, but it can affect forest structure, species diversity, and spatial form. So when we talk about wind disasters, we're talking about typhoons here, at least in Southeast Asia. Next. So landscape services against windstorms benefit communities by, one, increasing soil organic matter content, which is important for cultivation, accumulating wind farms, and allowing residents to sell collected debris for extra income, like driftwoods and other debris from the wind. Okay, and quite important, as I think it has been asked also this morning, about community perception in terms of how they can empower themselves. So it would be helpful to reduce susceptibility and strengthen disaster resilience in complex informal settlements and local communities that consider the existence of, if you have supporting landscape functions as important, also prioritize the function of climate control. So meaning, residents will feel more empowered if they have the landscape support. Okay? But if your area is already vulnerable and the people are unempowered, so that could lead to more humanitarian disaster. Okay. So cultural landscape function must be approached politically, socially, and economically in order to reduce disaster risk. So when we talk about all of these ecosystem services, we also need the idea or the concept of care in order to create the idea of carescape. Okay, so what is care? So I would like to open to you or provide you with this theory by Swanson on the theory of caring. So let's get to know who Swanson is. So Kristen Swanson is actually a nurse. She earned her degree from the University of Rhode Island in 1975, earned her master's degree from the University of Pennsylvania. She did her research and practice focused primarily on pregnancy issues, such as miscarriages, as she created a framework to help her patients heal through traumatic events. She got her PhD from the University of Colorado and pursued academic interests in the science of grief and loss, palliative care, and nursing education. So here, next, we'd like to show to you the different processes in terms of how care is provided. So we have these five aspects in terms of the theory of care. So maintaining belief, knowing, being with, doing for, and enabling. So these five aspects of caring, I kind of adapted it in terms of how, as landscape architects, as designers, planners, can use these concepts, okay, so that we could more or less try to provide the concept of care when we do our design. So maintaining belief, first, is we need to have faith in the community's capacity to get better, fostering hope and optimism. So that's quite important. Okay, we can't help a helpless community. We need to actually be able to uplift a community that would have, that they believe that they could actually overcome the limitations that they have, and also how they can overcome the current situation. Okay, so this is one, maintaining belief. Next. Knowing is actively listening to understand the community's experiences and needs. Thus, the need for you to go there on site and listen to them. It's quite hard for us to just give prescription of solutions when we don't really listen to them. So we need to go to where the issue is, where the community is, and listen to them. Not just hear them, but actually listen to what they want, what they need. Sometimes listening is processing things that are not said. Sometimes they are not articulate, maybe, or maybe they are too shy to talk about this, but it's up to you to be able to pick up these messages in order for you to provide what is the community's need. Okay, next is being with. So here, as designers, we need to offer emotional support, comfort, and companionship by staying present with the community. So staying present means that you are actually empathetic with what they're experiencing. Maybe not even sympathetic, but empathic in the form of you know how it feels to lose something. Okay, especially even if you are secure of your residence, but if you don't know how it feels to lose, for example, a family member or even their house, it's something that we need to nurture. Okay, I just to digress. I was watching this in Netflix, Maharaja. Have you seen that film? So it was a dustbin for everyone. It's nothing. I mean, it's so ordinary that everyone has it. But for them, the value of that is something that led to to saving someone's life. So we have different value systems, and being there would actually allow you to know what they really value. Do they actually value the house that got swept by flood, or is there something else in that house that they lost? Okay, so that's what we need to restore. That's what we need to be in that state, that we are with them when they are experiencing loss and grief. Next. And doing for. So we need to design for inclusive care and assistance to meet the community's needs. I actually changed, of course, that designing is, this is my adjustment already. But I think the important thing that we need to remember is that we have to design it for them. That we need to remind ourselves, who are we doing it for? Sometimes we do it because we feel that it's the best design, or it's based on what you know, this is what they should have. But we have to remind ourselves that we need to respond to the community's needs. Okay? And of course, enabling, which is very important. Okay? So we need to empower the community to engage in their own care and decision making, promoting independence and autonomy. So sometimes, for those who have been heavily involved in community work, there is dependency that develops between the community and the designer. That the community cannot make decisions anymore because they are relying on the wisdom of the designer. However, we should change that. We need to enable the community to make their own decisions and speak up, okay, about these decisions. So that's quite important as designer. Okay, next. So Carescape is actually a process-oriented that could result to the creation of space. So I define this Carescape as a landscape planning and design process of engaging the community that aims to collaborate in creating spaces of care. Next. So what are the spaces of care? These are your places in your community that promote empathy and understanding of the different stresses that affect the community. They could be, these stresses could be environmental, economic, mental, health, social, and political stresses. So these spaces, examples would include communal edible garden, medicinal or healing garden, as mentioned also, evacuation and relief area, community meeting area, neighborhood shared spaces, meditation garden, play area, and community agroforest, or even your watering hole, or where you can do laundry, or where you can gather water. Okay, next. So, what we can do, support the community as partners in developing designs and plans to make them resilient. Second is to strengthen the community network within and with other communities and design professionals. And of course, capacitate the community to make decisions and in community building. So, there. Next. So, for references, if you're curious about that, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Nabi. So, are you still excited, guys? Okay, before we go to the next speaker, I think we need to raise our energy. So, let me guide. Ilasw 2024. Okay, once more, yeah? Once more. Ilasw 2024. Okay, give them applause for us. So, next, I will introduce our fourth speaker, Dr. Wei Chen. But first of all, I'd like to read the CV of Dr. Chen first. So, Dr. Wei Chen is Associate Professor in Department of Urban Planning and Development Management at the College of Environmental Planning and Bioresource, Chinese Cultural University. He also holds multiple professional roles, including Commissioner, member of the Yunlin County Land Planning Review Committee, and member of both the Special Review Group for Non-Urban Land Use Zoning and Land Use Change in Yunlin County, and the Shishu Chiti Non-Urban Land Use Zoning and Land Use Change Review Task Force in Taiwan. Previously, he served as Vice President for International and Mainland China Affairs at Chinese Cultural University. Dr. Chen holds a BS and MA in Urban Planning from Taiwan and earned his PhD in City and Regional Planning from Ohio State University, with a dissertation focused on watershed management. certified city planner with over 25 years of professional experience, Dr. Chen has led numerous research projects on national agricultural spatial resource planning, physical planning, and climate change adaptation. He directs Taiwan First CCA project for Taipei City and is currently leading another for Keelung City, a harbor city in northern Taiwan. His research and practice extend to integrating spatial resource planning with climate resilience and agriculture policies, contributing significantly to Taiwan urban and regional development. Today, he will be sharing insight on integrating traditional knowledge and modern solutions for sustainable landscape. Let's welcome Dr. Chen.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. I think that's the most important thing for me to keep you awake. That's most difficult challenge to have a lecture after a great lunch. Before my sharing, actually, originally I would like to ask you a question. As a landscape architecture professional, what is the main task you're gonna do? Because in Taiwan, in the past, a lot of landscape architecture students, they both focus on the beautiful, the form design, and the landscape, the nature resource. But now, from previous 3 outstanding speakers, you probably understand nowadays, landscape architect should also focus on the people. We design for people with nature. So that's why I'm gonna share, I think most of the core value probably very similar to the previous 3. So just maybe share another sort of my experience. Before getting to my topic, probably you have to know some of the terminology, the types of hazard. In Taiwan, we share very similar hazard as Indonesia. We have a typhoon, we have earthquake, we have drought, we have flooding. Actually, we have everything. Probably beside the snowstorm, we have every nature disaster happening in Taiwan. So we got a lot of experience. Also, there's a great impact on the community. So this kind of disaster always have a very negative impact on the community. So what we should do? I think I don't have to repeat the sustainability and the resilience. Probably all of you know this terminology very clear. But this one, I think in the previous 3 speech, you can always hear the community engagement, community empowerment. So that's very important when you do the spatial design. You don't forget the people who live in the states. We also have a challenge for the rural area and the urban area. Before, probably the rural area always sacrifice himself to support the urban. But now, the urban and the rural area should be synergy together. Very, very important. This morning, have some students ask, what should we do? We need the policy implementation. The government should support some of the points, because I heard this morning that one of the students raised the question, what we have to do the bottom-up approach. How could we encourage the community? It's impossible to do only the bottom-up. Sometimes top-down is necessary. We need to have the policy to support. We need to have some investment from the central government. Have you heard about this book? It published in 55 years ago, Design with Nature. by Ian McCall from University of Pennsylvania. He is my advisor's advisor, so probably is my grand advisor. In 1969, McCall he provided this kind of idea. I think he's one of the first landscape architects using some scientific technology to do the design. And he also promoted the idea of harmonize with the nature system. In the design with nature, there are some key principles. So the first one is the ecology planning. So nature characteristics like land, soil type, topography, hydrology, and vegetation is very important. You have to understand that in the first. And also the suitability mapping, overland mapping. Maybe now all of you use the GIS quite a lot, but the first one to promote this idea of overlapping using some scientific technology to do the overlap is by McCall. So when I took my advisor courses, I have to do that, but not a computer. We have to use in the transit paper, draw the different layer. After 3 overlap mapping, you pick one suitability area to do the divide. He also provided a sustainable land use. Carrying capacity. I think you all know this terminology. It's the first one he talked about the carrying capacity. So it's not whatever you want to do. You have to look at the capacity. And also you have integration with the nature process. Instead of fighting against. So it's also a very important idea. This one is also very important, holistic design. Landscape architecture, when we do the job, we cannot just focus one spot. You have to look at the holistic design, just like this morning. Beta promoted one of the acupuncture designs. Acupuncture, do you know acupuncture? It's from the Chinese medicine. The medical approach, you put one knee here, one there here, but it's not a cure the problem here. It's probably a cure the other symptom in other part of your body. So we look at the holistic design. It's very important. The best design is not just focus one point. I do this because it can influence to another part. So here are some of the design with nature in practice, like green infrastructure, ecological urbanism, sustainable agriculture. So basically, when we do the design with nature, has influenced a wide range of disciplines, including like the landscape architecture, urban planning, environmental conservation, and the civil engineering. Myself, I trained as an urban planner. I'm not a landscape architecture, but me probably is one of the have the most relationship in Taiwan with the landscape architecture, because I also have teach the lab in landscape architecture. Why they want me to teach them? They want to have a broad view, to look at the people activity. Not just focus on small part of nature landscape. So remember, when you do all the design, you have to think big. Today, I also want to introduce one of the ideas, so-called Satoyama initiative. Have you heard about this one? Some of you, any student from Japan? No? Yeah, this one is actually promoted from the Japanese. Satoyama is an area where has the village. So Yama is a mountain. So they are searching for the coexistence with the nature and the human village to find the harmony, live together. So that is Satoyama initiative. So the typical is described the area between the farmland and the mountain area, mountain regions. I think this kind of topology is very common in Indonesia as well, also in Taiwan. This is a picture you can see from the whole Satoyama area. In the village, people have to take care of their daily life. And in the mountainside, you have also have some farming, and you have to keep the nature conservation. For the river, for the water, you have to you use the water to do the irrigation, but also keep the ecological safe for the river. This is a beautiful thing. If you look at the one, I think it's the most beautiful thing in the area. Probably you see that very often in Indonesia. But you think, okay, that's it. It's very important. Come back to, we just talked about the ecosystem service. So there are some key features for the Satoyama. It's human-nature coexistence. It's biodiversity, the hotspot. It's also the sustainable resources use. Cultural heritage, don't forget about the cultural heritage. It's not only in the landscape, but all the knowledge from our ancient, and also the resilient to environmental change. Satoyama initiative is promoted in launching 2010s in COP10s. So now it's the United Nations and the university and all the Japanese Ministry of Environment. They promote this idea to the world. So we talk about like SETLS. So it's a social ecological production landscape. Recently, they also included the seascape. So they changed the term of landscapes into the seascape. So give you a more broader idea. There are 4 approach and the 6 perspective in Satoyama initiative. Look at this one. We have 3-fold approach. The first one is consolidated wisdom and the security diverse ecosystem service and the values, and integrate traditional ecological knowledge and the modern science. So don't forget the ecological knowledge. Don't forget the modern science. We need to synergize together. And also explore new form of eco-management system. The 6th perspective, we have to resources used within the carrying capacity, just like Imakal mentioned before, of the environment. Cyclic use of the nature resources, recognition of local traditions and the culture, multiple stakeholders participation and collaboration, and contribution to sustainable social economics, improve community resilience. Look at these keywords: community, okay, stakeholders, collaboration, nature resources, sustainable carrying capacity. It's all in Satoyama initiative. So it's a model for integrating sustainable land use, biodiversity, conservation, and community resilience by fostering a symbolic relationship between humans and the nature. It also provides a framework for achieving global sustainability goals, particularly in regions where ecological health is essential for both environmental and human well-being. So I think the workshop, the study area, should have this kind of characteristic you can apply it. If you want to go more, you can go to the website to check. I checked before I came here, in Indonesia, now have like 3 or 4 cases that use this idea. So if you click the website, you can find. But in Taiwan, I think we have 30-some village use the Satoyama. So the government in Taiwan, we also look at the rural area. We have a rural regeneration plan in Taiwan. So this is the government from top to down project. In the beginning, they try to promote revitalizing the rural area by promoting sustainable development through community involvement. So the economic revitalization, environmental conservation, and the cultural preservation is very important in the beginning. So there are some key aspects. Of course, the community empowerment, economic revitalization, also environmental conservation, the cultural preservation, and the infrastructure improvement. These are the key points for the rural development. So we have a different kind of stage. So in this morning, some students asked, what should we do? It's not a one-shot project. You have to step by step. In Taiwan, we take more than 60 years to do this one. In 1950 to 1980s, they only focused on the agricultural production. So the land reform, infrastructure development is very, very important. The government put a lot of policy to reform all the land, agricultural land. So the main target is to improve the agricultural productivity. From 80s to 90s, it changed because all the rural area have very good agricultural productivity, but because of the industrial development, the rural area they become one of the factors to support the industrial development. So now they try to reconstruction the agriculture product. So they have a rural environment improvement. But when they put a lot of money into the village, they found even some agricultural product have become more value add, but the rural area face a very big challenge related to the population loss and the weakening of the community vitality. I don't know, maybe in Indonesia they have the same issue. In the village, in the rural area, the young generation, they don't want to stay there. They want to move to the big city. And the village become like an aging population, and no one gonna do the agriculture stuff. So it's a big issue in Taiwan, I think also in Indonesia. So that's why I say we face the same situation. So in the early 20s, the government tried to do this one, to change this situation. So from the legislation, they have some rural development legislation to try to change this kind of issue and support for industrial transformation. This is the first legal groundwork for the rural regeneration. And from the 2010 to present, the policy more focuses on the community participation and the self-governance. And also the green sustainable development and resources integration and industrial upgrading. In the past, because the government, they ignore the rural area, so a lot of illegal industrial, they get into the rural area. And it's damaged all the agricultural environment. So after the 2010, the government think no, we have to do something. So they try to do the industrial upgrading by the regulation. They do combine some of the illegal factory together and release the land to keep the agricultural field better. So they do it step by step. We call like cultivating roots program, 培根计划. So they have a different kind of stage. The first one, the carrying classes. If you are interested in this kind of concept, just come. And the second one, after you finish this class, they have an advanced class, and then they have a core class. They try to find a leader, the leadership training in this step. And then you can conduct a regeneration class if you conduct a model of rural regeneration village. So the government actually step by step to provide a lot of courses to encourage the farmers to join. Here, if you are interested, you can go to this web. So the Satoyama initiative and the rural regeneration plan, there's something very similar. They also care about the coexistence of nature and humanity. And also the community participation and multi-function land use. They share the very similar idea and the goals. But there's something different. In Satoyama, it's always from the bottom up. In the beginning, they get all farmers together. And they don't really have some action, they just have a certain idea, and then they do it year by years. And then maybe some of the university or academic people, they saw, okay, that's a great process to do this one. So they promote this idea to United Nations. But the rural regeneration plan in Taiwan is top down. The government gives some piggy money, that's very, very small money, to encourage a student, encourage the farmer to do this kind of job. And then they combine them together. So we always do things like bottom up and top down. There's no, I cannot say which one is the best and which one is better. You have always mixed these two kind of approach to get a result. So it's like a complementary relationship between these two ideas. Here is one of the very success area in Taiwan. We call the Gongrong community in Sanzhi, New Taipei City. If you look at the topography, you can see the terrace, paddy field, and the river, and also the small village here. This community have more than 400 registered people, but only like 200 actually live there. So they face a very bad aging population and the young generation outflow issue. So the people don't want to stay there. So here like poor land development, habitat destruction, loss of income, aging population, it's all the challenges maybe you face right now. One day, one retired teacher, Mr. Lim, he go back after he retired from the school. He go back to his original community where he born. He look at the land, he thought, no, it's not the amount that I lived before. So he tried to encourage all the community members to join. But the very first training courses. In the beginning, there's more than, I think it's 160 some people joined the pagan clash. The first one, this one. The very caring class, more than 160. And then after 1 year, only like 16 people stay. You know, most of the people they just come and go. But the Mr. Lin, he's still there. He tried to give more idea, promote the community. Finally, he found his partner, also the retired teacher from another school. They come here and they try to do a lot of organic farming, something like that. And then the second year, the training person, the farmer, get back to like 40, 50, and then the third year, so people join back because they saw something happen in the community. So it's very, very important. So Gongrong community, it also gathered the rural regeneration plan was proof. It was the very first one in Taipei City. So they can start to get money from the city government. In the beginning, they have no money, no one supporting. But after a few years, they start to get the money from the central government. And there's so many things they have to do. It's a list. Maybe you can think about in your project, in your workshop, what kind of task you have to do. He said the power of people is greater than infrastructure. That's very important. When we do the rural area, if you just give it a nice infrastructure, it's not enough. The power of the people is more than that. If people, the community people, they got the consensus, they will do it by themselves, even you don't give them money. That's also we call it sustainable development. You cannot always rely on the government to give you the money to change. And finally, the whole community transform and rebirth. These are all the core members in the community. You don't need so many people to be the key person. Maybe less than 10 for the core. You can do a lot of things. And I try to in the last, can you play this video? The last page. Next page. Next page. Yeah, it goes, yeah. It's about the branding. When you do something, you need to go business. I think that's very important. Sometimes we say, no, we are... It's a Taiwanese. So after they have a very successful story, they try to brand it themselves. So they have a music, TV to show, to put the organic agricultural product they have. And also a lot of people wanted to go there to look at the beautiful landscape. Young generation want to come back because they know I can make money here. I see the value. If you only ask the people to go here to conservation to do, no, it cannot sustainable. You need to find the system, the business model to do this one. So they find a singer to write a song, very Taiwanese related, and they show people how beautiful this community is. I believe there are so many places in Indonesia you can find like this. But you have to know how to promote, how to branding, do the branding of the village. Enjoy the river and you can listen to the singing of the frog. It becomes a melody, beautiful melody. All the traditional way to make the food from the yam, the sweet potato. They use the traditional way to do the farming. And now the government also preserve this kind of parents teddy bear, the one of the cultural landscape. They also invited an elementary school students in the springtime to do some fun work together. It's part of the program in the elementary school. Is that beautiful? Yes. Okay, that's my sharing this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Dr. Wei Chen and for Professor Neti for that enlightening presentation. We truly appreciate your insight. So, for the next session is Q&A session. And for the participant who have a question for our esteemed speaker, feel free to raise your hand. We only give 3 questions for the participant, and whoever asks, they will be given Futurak magazine. Futurak magazine is the leading green architecture and design magazine publication. Okay, let's move to the Q&A session. For participants who want to ask, please raise your hand. Okay, there's man with a glass. Please.
Good afternoon. Welcome to IPB University, Professor Nepi and Dr. Ben Chen. I actually the one who asked about bottom-up landscape imagination this morning. There is a very clear and great presentation of you, especially Mr. Ben Chen. I'm very interested, and when this morning I asked Professor Vita about how she can use the landscape in bottom-up, I was actually thinking about how the policymakers can do legislative good on how to create a great landscape like city architecture. And when you appoint that, the policymakers has a great and legislative has a great point in landscape, I'm very happy. Maybe I want to ask, because you're from Taiwan, how are the policymakers react to this landscape policy, and what is the difference between Taiwanese government and mainland China government about the policy of landscape? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for the question.
Well, that's a great question, but I don't really know too much about the China government, how they make the regulation. But in Taiwan, we have a very democratic system. To all the citizens, they can advocate their idea. They can initiate all the regulation. From this kind of regulation, actually, maybe started from some academic university. They saw the issue for the rural area. And just like me, I have a lot of project working with the government. And we saw this kind of issue we have to solve. If we don't take care of this kind of issue, maybe 10 years, 20 years later, there's a big problem we have. So we can lobby all the officials and make them think about this kind of very important issue. So then they started to do this step by step. So in the beginning, it won't be. From my presentation, you can see, in the beginning, they only care about the productivity, agricultural productivity, don't care about the life of the village. But then, step by step, you maybe 10 years later, 15 years, they realize if you want to keep the young generation don't outflow, they want to stay in the village, they have to do something, they have to change something. So they start to put a little money. It's not big money. We have one of a system called community planner. Community planner, this kind of system I participated. Every year I will select few of the community. They can apply the project. But only one project, only like 3,000, maybe 3,000 US dollar. It's not much. Yeah, 3,000 US dollar. So we just give it some little bit money and talk to the local leader is very important. We have a very strong system we call Li Zhang. It's a local leader, so one small community maybe have one leader. So talk to them, and they also have the chance to get some resources from the city government. And city government will get some resources from the central government. Something like that to push this kind of regulation to farm. Okay, did I answer your question? But for the China, I don't know. I think they always top to down. Centralized. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's enough for the question or not? Okay, thank you for the question. So there's a woman with a blue hood. Yeah.
So, okay. Thank you for the opportunities and thank you for the great lecture. So, my name is Zaki and I would like to ask about the carrying capacity of like a site. So I was doing the research on like cultural village. So I was curious how we can like determine how much is the carrying capacity of the land itself, especially if it's like when have the landslides, prone to landslides, and like should we measure it based on the how the width of the area, or is it based on the circulation, like 2 meter by 2 meter per people, or I mean, how structure, I mean, like how the right things to do to determine how much people that can be in that place. Thank you.
Okay, when you started asking about carrying capacity, I actually Googled the formula for carrying capacity, and it's online. Also, the question is quite layered in the sense that should they base it on the area of the site, which is the most common way of computing the carrying capacity. However, there are some nuances in the landscape that needs to be considered when we're talking about carrying capacity, because there's a different level of sensitivity to the landscape that would be needed to assess whether the same formula can be used to compute the carrying capacity. And we need to understand, of course, I mean, the books, for example, the one mentioned, Ian Mahar, has given some ideas, some clues in terms of the carrying capacity. For example, the rule of thumb, say, giving one square meter per person in a dense setup would be a basis. But then again, that's different when we're talking about, say, important or significant or sensitive ecosystem like a wetland, which would require a longer period of recovery. And or, for example, if we're dealing with a pristine spring or source of water, or upstream versus downstream, there would, even with the same area, you would have a different carrying capacity, with the upstream having more sensitivity in terms of how much it can recover. So an area, for example, that has, say, a karst landscape, okay, or a limestone landscape, would be different in terms of how you would be dealing with, say, a coastal landscape. So in a way, you can always look at the formula for carrying capacity, but the other factor that is not quite mentioned when we're talking about carrying capacity is how much does the community could allow other people to come in, especially when we're talking about ecotourism. The community has already its limit in terms of its population, in terms of how much it can support the additional people who could come in, like tourists or guests. So it's important that we take that into consideration. That's why having a formula, it's not enough, but it would actually require you to do field work, interviews, consultations with the community in terms of the history of the place. Is the place pristine enough that it would be hard to recover that, or is it something that can easily bounce back after disturbance? So that's something that you have to consider from the landscape ecological perspective.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Nepi. Is that enough? Okay, thank you. Maybe for the last questions, anyone? Okay, please.
Alright, thank you for the opportunities. My name is Diandra, as landscape architecture student here. And also thank you to Prof. Nepi and Dr. Bechin for your amazing presentation. And it truly gave my perspective about landscape in Taiwan, also in Philippines. So yeah, as we all know, about the rural regeneration, like landscape already presented by Dr. Benchen. So I'm just wondering about the condition of rural landscape in Philippines. Is the government directly involved in
dealing with land problems that might exist, and does it involve landscape architecture? That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, so because I didn't discuss much about the Philippines, I think in our type of governance, not just the government, we have non-government actors that are involved in this, in efforts to make our landscapes resilient. We have a very strong grassroots organization like non-government organizations or people organizations, people's organizations that help support this community. I would say that maybe unlike Taiwan, wherein they have allotted the kind of policy that would provide resources to the community. I think it's more similar to, the Philippines is more similar to Indonesia in terms of extending, say, resources to help alleviate the resilience of the communities. I have to say that we are still reliant on, say, green infrastructure as a way to make the communities resilient. So meaning engineering solutions, dikes, create dams, create, drainage, large drainage facilities. But the way that I would have wanted is that we could, if our government, especially the public works department or ministry, could actually integrate more of the landscape solution in making communities resilient. That's my wish. We have been trying to break that, that glass ceiling that divides the design professionals and the government. It's been a slow effort. We've been trying to have discussions with the public works, convincing them that landscape solutions can work. Okay, but the problem mainly is that the people who are managing this ministry or departments are engineering by profession. So it's quite hard to convince them that other, say, nature-based solutions can actually work, that we could actually incapacitate the community to make them more involved in terms of deciding what could work, because they are, in a sense, top-down in that aspect. So that's why we've been trying to push the community from below so that they could also, try to help us in terms of, providing more reasons to have more landscape solutions to make our communities resilient from disasters. So that's the situation in the Philippines.
Okay, thank you, Professor Nabi.
I also want to share, because this morning has Professor also mentioned one of the case study in Seoul, the Kimchi River. I happened to have the chance to have the lunch with the planner, the deputy mayor, and I talked to him. I say, to me, the design very famous, but it's not a big deal. Everyone can apply your idea, hire very good engineering to do the design again. It can be copied to another river or another site. At that time, when I spoke to him, he was shocked. What? Because they only take like a 1 year design, 2 year construction and finish. But my point is, to me, the design is not the essentials. The project, they remove all the inhabitants, more than hundreds, I think this, or probably thousands commercial store and the inhabitant. They remove them from along the river. In Korea, that's impossible, Maybe in China, that's okay. You can just take a village out and send it to another village. But in Korea, in the city of Seoul, that's impossible. It's incredible. I thought, how did you do that? You cannot see this kind of process and approach in a technical book. No. And he told me, he just take one of the bottle of wine, the sake. Sake. The deputy mayor, he told me, he was a professor in the university. He took the Qingxi River as a case study more than 10 years. Every year he had his student to do that case study. So pretty much he knew all the inhabitants, all the store owner, one by one. He know everyone. When he became the deputy mayor, he told them, okay, I have a big dream. I have a big project. Could you please leave? So all the owner and they have against him. So go back to your city hall, go back to your university. They don't want to move. If the inhabitant owner, they don't move, the project cannot be complete. So he tried to go one by one on one, drink the sake every day, every night, to tell them. He said, before I have no power, I just a professor. I have my dream, but I cannot do anything. But now, I'm the deputy mayor. I have the authority. Trust me again? Can you trust me again? So that's why all the inhabitants, they believe him again and move. So they can do then they can do all the design and engineering stuff. So if you want to work with the community, it's not just one shot. It takes a lot of time to convince them to promote your idea. I think that all the like engineering solution or natural-based solution, all the time you have to mix them together and convince the community resident to believe it. Maybe it's a best practice, but it's not the only choices. So I think you can keep in mind this kind of idea. Okay.
Okay, thank you for Professor Nepi and Dr. Ben Chen. So there were already 2 questions, so apologize for those who haven't had the opportunity. As mentioned earlier, participants who ask question will get a Futura magazine. So for the 3 questioners, please contact the committee. Thank you to all participants for your thoughtful question, and special thanks to our speaker for providing such clear and insightful answers. It has been a highly engaging discussion. As we near the end of today's session, let's briefly summarize the key points we have learned. Professor Nepi focused on designing carescape, empathic landscape for vulnerable communities, especially those in informal settlements, which are highly susceptible to climate-related disasters. It highlights the increasing vulnerability due to climate change and the lack of essential infrastructure in these areas. And the presentation was delivered by Dr. Chen, explores building resilience community by integrating traditional knowledge with modern solutions for sustainability landscape. So we hope this discussion has been insightful and that you leave today with new ideas and perspective. To show our appreciation, we will now have a brief souvenir handover ceremony. I would like to invite Dr. Ahmad to present I would like to invite Bu Rosie to present the souvenir to our distinguished speaker. Please come forward. ready for the documentation? Okay. Okay. Okay, next for Dr. Wei Bencher. Okay. So thank you to Ms. Rosie and special thanks to Professor Nabi and Dr. Chen for their valuable contribution today. Once again, give an applause to our speakers. Okay, for the last, maybe we can take a photo with our participant and Professor Nabi. Maybe you can take a seat at the middle. And Dr. Chen, Dr. Beta. Okay.
Kita doang. Ya, sini aja.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Okay. Once again, cheese. Okay. With that, we come to the closing of the public lecture session. I would like to extend my gratitude to all participants for your active involvement and of course to our speakers for sharing their knowledge. I am Hanafi Ligairi. As moderator of this afternoon session, I take my leave. Goodbye all, attitude to the program, to this Master of Ceremony. Thank you and have a great day.
Wow, what a wonderful discussion. So, but we have gone through the entire series of the public lecture on this day.
But I cannot believe that we are already at the end of this event.
Also, we represent the committee and would like to express our deepest gratitude to the participants who have attended the public lecture of International Landscape Architecture Student Workshop 2024.
And also thank you for our sponsors today. There are PT Alumni Indonesia, Umat Desain Lanskap Konsultan, Ekskursi Universitas Indonesia. And we also represent the committee to apologize for the mistakes and the words that are less pleasing we made it. Hopefully the knowledge we get today can be a motivation for all of us.
That concludes the public lecture for today. We would like to thank all of the speakers and participants for their attention and engagement. I am Selo Ricky Carmentino Putrawi and my partner,
Aura Karisma Radina Arhan, as the master of ceremony of this event today.
I will take my finally, we hope to see you again in the next session.
But for all the villages of International Landscape Architecture Student Workshop 2024, please don't leave the venue because we will continue our agenda and we can rest for 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you and have a great day.